Ba-ba-da-da-ba-ba-ba-bum! Well, folks, our favorite holiday of the year is finally here. 32 teams, 7 rounds, 259 young men who over these next 3 days will become players in the National Football League. A holiday where lives are changed, fates are decided, dynasties are born, and the clock is always ticking. Of course, I'm talking about Draftmas and the 2021 NFL Draft. Merry Draftmas, everybody, and welcome to the annual Sports Crunch with D. Crom NFL Draft live stream. I'm your host, David Cromwell, joined by Bill Riccette and Andrew Weidman for the second year in a row. And guys, when I look at this draft and everything leading up to it, it's like a paradox to me. Like based on some of the information I've come across, because after following a lot of the reporters that know what they're doing here, I kind of feel that there is some sort of predictability to this draft, yet the uncertainty surrounding everything throws a wrench into it that could lead it totally off track.
Yeah, that's the beauty of the draft. You know, we could sit here for
especially
months and months, especially this year. Yeah, this was a weird, and I think we just got to kind of start with that too. You know, the fact that we're able to sit here and be watching a draft where the players are actually in attendance, there's a live stage, this, that, and the other thing. Just seeing that is a great sign. You know, last year was all good, you know, seeing the coaches in their houses and whatnot, and Goodell in his basement and whatnot. But just seeing what we're seeing now with the draft is a great sense of normalcy, and we're finally starting to get there. But yeah, this has been a crazy year with, you know, little film and, you know, no combine, things like that. So it's really going to be interesting how these teams viewed not just the players in general, but particularly, you know, a lot of the players, and I'm sure we're obviously going to be talking about this, a lot of the players that opted out and didn't play in 2020. How much of a factor is that going to be? So this is going to be a really unique draft, and I'm excited for it.
Andrew, would you like to add to that?
Yeah. Great point with talking about how the opt-out players, because Penei Sewell was one of the big guy, like he's one of the top 10 prospects, and I mean, he didn't play at all last year. So like, are certain teams looking at that and they're like, hey, like, yes, we understand that you have your health out, but like, how do we know that you were putting in the work? Like that's kind of a thing that I feel like in the back of a lot of these, GMs' minds, they're like, how do we know that these guys were at home? How do we know that they were, working out? How do we know that they were doing all the stuff that they were supposed to be doing? Which is kind of a downside of like, I mean, obviously you want to stay safe, and we obviously all needed to stay safe during the pandemic. So like you obviously cannot fault players for, sitting out that year, but there's going to be a lot of GMs that are going to sit there and they're going to think that like, how do we know that this guy's going to be in shape? How do we know that he was doing what he's supposed to be doing? So it's such a unique draft, because last year we didn't have the issue because the pandemic had, just started, but now we're in a situation where like you're going to be evaluating differently of the players that did play and then the players that sat out. So that's a great point. And like I said, I've said it before, we know what's going to happen pick 1. We know what's going to happen pick 2. But to be honest, we don't know anything after that.
The 49ers, apparently John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan have told very few people, and they haven't told anybody else at that Niners building. Like the only people they probably told were their wives and kids, so to speak, and that would be my guess. But the Niners have kept this very close to the vest. They could throw a curveball and take Justin Fields, for crying out loud, and surprise us by not taking either Mac Jones or Trey Lance, but we will get to that later. And Gil Brandt, the Hall of Fame executive, I was fortunate to be in Canton to see him be enshrined in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. He said that this is the most unusual draft he's ever experienced, whether in the league or covering the league for NFL media. And one of the points he brought up was what, like you said, Andrew, the opt-outs. It like reminds him to the day when during World War II, when players like signed up for the military and they had to wonder whether they were ever going to come back and stuff like that. Yeah, it's like a similar feeling he has. And another wrench in this whole COVID-19 draft is that scouts weren't able to get on the road as much as usual. They haven't been able to access the information, particularly the medical information they need to make decisions on a lot of these key players. And that's why you're going to see players with medical red flags like Caleb Farley, as talented as he is, he could fall all the way to day 2 as a result of this, as some people have said. And some players who are believed to be first-round candidates about a month ago could fall so far in this draft all the way to day 3. That's how much uncertainty is. And Rappaport himself today, teams are still gathering medical information on these guys right now. And if they pick a player and he has medical problems that they couldn't access, it won't be their fault because they couldn't access the information, as I said.
Yeah, I mean, normally, that's one of the big things of the combine, of course, as we know. I mean, you got 300 players that go to Indy, and it's not just the on-field drills. It's the fact that the teams could have 300 players all get medical info right in one spot. Well, this year they only had about 150 players come to Indy to get that medical information. So like you said, that kind of info this year has been, really tough to get this year. Teams were only limited to like 3 scouts at pro days, something like that. So you really didn't see a lot of traveling. I mean, some of these coaches like Shanahan and John Lynch, of course, they've been pretty much all over the place to kind of not tip their hand. But other than that, these teams are just so limited in what they could do. I mean, you can only do so much interviewing a player over Zoom, right? I mean, look at the Philadelphia Eagles when, there's reports coming out saying they're playing rock, paper, scissors with these candidates just to see, okay, how competitive are they? But again, the point being, you can only go so far in talking to these candidates virtually like we are, right? You can't get them to the blackboard behind me and do this, do that. So, you take the cards, you take the hand you're dealt and you run with it. And that's why, there's all this talk now that 2022 picks are going to be so valuable because, next year things should get back to normal because you have more film on these players. You'll be able to talk to them again, this, that, and the other thing. Hopefully we'll all be down in Mobile again for the Senior Bowl. So, hopefully things start to, settle down a little bit. So, but like I said, this is going to be a fascinating draft just because of, like you said, how do you value the medicals? How do teams view Caleb Farley because of the 2 back surgeries? How do you view Greg Newsome with the 14 missed games over 3 seasons?
Yep,
so that's going to be really fascinating to watch.
It most definitely is. Before we get into the contours of the first round, particularly the quarterbacks of the top 10, another bombshell news story on draft day nonetheless has rocked the football world, and it's the elephant in the room now, and it's the cloud over the 2021 NFL draft. Aaron Rodgers, as Adam Schefter reported this afternoon, has become so alienated and angered at the Packers organization that he does not want to be part of them again. He doesn't want to play another down for them again. And Ian Rappaport tried to lighten it up by saying this is mainly about the contract, but Adam Schefter, Jay Glazer, the 2 guys I trust the most when it comes to breaking NFL news, say, no, this is not about the contract. He's still very angry at Brian Gutekunst for not informing him of the Jordan Love pick before the pick was made. He is, I imagine he's very angry at Matt LaFleur for wussing out and not going for on 4th down in the NFC Championship game. And he is not happy with the Brian Gutekunst as well and his drafts or anybody in the front office, as Jay Glazer added. So this is more than just a contract issue. Plus, Aaron Rodgers is auditioning to be the potential long-term replacement for Alex Trebek on Jeopardy, for crying out loud. And he's about to get married, and he's 38 years old. Some people say, no, this is just a normal negotiation. He'll cave immediately. Mike Florio says, he gets traded this weekend. I don't agree with either of those. I think this is the beginning of a long, long standoff. What do you think?
First of all, I just want to say, what do they expect? You saw this coming if you're the Packers front office. For one, the biggest thing, he's like, hey, I need a receiver. And then you not only do you draft a quarterback, but you trade up to draft a quarterback. Like, and you don't inform him of it. He learns about it when he hears his name called on national television. Like, I was him. I wouldn't even have played last year. But like, you've had 2 back-to-back Hall of Fame quarterbacks, and you have ran them both out of town. Like, they ran Favre out of town. They're running Rodgers out of town. And to be honest, I do think a trade is coming this weekend. And I have a lot of friends and a lot of people that are saying like the whole thing's a smokescreen, whatever. No, Rodgers is rightfully mad, and I would be the exact same way. Like, how are you gonna? The guy's been with you for 16 years, and he's given you everything. He's given you a ring. He's cemented himself as arguably maybe a top 5 quarterback to ever play the game. You know, it's top 10, whatever.
Top 5. He's top 5 in my book. I'll say that.
But like, man, like, what do you expect? Like, and so I wouldn't honestly be shocked that if there's a trade tonight that involves him, I literally would not be surprised. Is it going to happen? Most likely not. They're probably going to wait till after the draft if they do trade him. However, I don't think he's going to retire and host Jeopardy full time. I think that's a little. I think. That was mentioned, and like, yeah, it's kind of a coincidence. Like, hey, he hosted Jeopardy. He was pretty okay at it. Like, you know, but man, like, the Packers messed up, man. Like, what do you expect? Like, what you put this guy through? Like, and then there's some Packers executives that are apparently shocked. Like, if you're shocked, like, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, gosh.
Yeah. Bill.
Yeah, I mean, he pretty much hit the nail on the head. I mean, you knew this happened like since the day the name was picked. I mean, we're not even talking about like this was QB 1, 2, or even 3. This was QB 4. You know, a quarterback that a lot of people didn't think was going to go
it's kind of
first
like
round.
It's kind of like the Paxton Lynch pick in a way.
Oh God, I forgot about that. Oof.
In a way, yeah, in a way. Now I don't know how much you guys actually
Jordan
follow
Love as a
Jeopardy
prospect,
and how much.
actually. Talking about Jordan Love as a prospect, not the scenario, but just as a prospect profile.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Yeah. Like, he was, you know, it was a head scratcher to be sure. Just as a fun note too, like I said, you guys were mentioning the Jeopardy thing. They still have a whole number of months to go with like guest host before they even think about like, you know, who's going to be the guest host. I mean, Joe Buck's going to be hosting in August.
God.
So that should be fun. I am excited for LeVar Burton though. I was very happy to see his name pop up on the list. So that's going to be really fun. And by the way, Anderson Cooper's doing a pretty good job so far during his run.
Anderson Cooper, yeah.
But like Andrew said, this has been in the works for a year now, you know, since the trade happened. And, you know, it's such, like, obviously through no fault of Aaron Rodgers, but now the Packers are in like such a tough spot because this is basically, you know, their championship window. I mean, you're right there. You've won, you know, 13 games the last 2 years. You've been to the NFC title game 2 years in a row. You know, what do you do? What do you do if you're the Green Bay Packers? They're basically caught between a rock and a hard place. And I've had a couple people ask me, you know, is a trade going to happen this weekend? I personally don't think it's going to happen either. I think, like you guys said, we're in for the long haul here.
Yes, I agree with Bill that it is the beginning of a long standoff, but this is important. Now, Matt Pomeroy, who is a statistician for ESPN, tweeted today, no Packers quarterback has played 17 seasons with the team. Yep. Bart Starr has played 16 years, Brett Favre played 16 years, and Aaron Rodgers 16 years. So if past this prologue, Aaron Rodgers has played his last snap as a Green Bay Packer, and Packer fans shouldn't be mad at Aaron Rodgers. They should be mad at that front office for not listening to your your number one player, because Aaron Rodgers, he's more than just a Hall quarterback. He is one of the most brilliant students of the game I've ever heard. Like, I'm not saying he's necessarily Peyton Manning, but he's not far behind Peyton Manning in terms of his brilliance. Like, I spoke with Alex Van Pelt at the Senior Bowl, who was Aaron Rodgers' quarterbacks coach in Green Bay, and I believe he's still mad about the Packers letting Alex Van Pelt go, and he's currently doing pretty good things with Baker Mayfield and Kevin Stefanski in Cleveland. And Alex Van Pelt, when I asked him what kind of person is Aaron Rodgers, the first word that came out of his mouth was smart. Smart was the first word that came out of his mouth. This guy is a workaholic. He knows the game, and the Broncos, I'm sure when Peyton Manning was in Denver, they listened very closely to him. The Packers have not given that same amount of respect to Aaron Rodgers. This is all the organization's fault.
No, and for what it's worth, I probably should stay off of Twitter so I don't see all these, but apparently Mark Schlereth and Benjamin Albright have tweeted that Rodgers to Denver tonight. So
apparently Chris Mortensen was just talking about it too.
Yeah.
No.
So,
You're don't pull my legs like that.
I'm not pulling your legs.
I saw that on Twitter too. Apparently Chris Mortensen, I mean, I have ESPN on, but obviously I have it, the volume down just to like see what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I saw that on Twitter too. Apparently the wheel, I don't know I don't know if the wheels are starting to turn. I don't know if the engine's been turned on, but apparently the chirping's already starting from people that, well, remember too, we did see earlier from Mike Florio that there's 3 teams on Rodgers' wish list. Denver's one of them. Vegas is one, and San Francisco, of course. Is one.
Lots of rumors about Aaron Rodgers should be in for a fun night. I see that. And Benjamin, he has been adamant that the Broncos, we'll get to that in a second, but we'll get to the bigger picture of that. And it's not just the Broncos when it comes to a certain prospect. We're going to get to that momentarily. But basically, if the Packers want to make one final impression to lure Aaron Rodgers back tonight, what should they do? Should they move up and take like Devontae Smith if he falls, or move up in the early 20s to get like a Rashad Bateman or an Elijah Moore?
God, I don't even think they need to trade up. Just draft a receiver. Like, Christ, man. Like, I mean, Rashad Bateman will be there where they're at. Like, they don't need to necessarily trade back for Rashad Bateman. But like, and if you're gonna try and trade up for another receiver, like, they really don't have a lot of players that you can necessarily really trade away, because you're not going to trade. I mean, obviously, like Devontae Adams, we're not even going to discuss that. But like, what other pieces do you have for a trade? Because you don't want to give up any offensive line, because you give that away and whatever. You're not trading Aaron Jones. You're not trading Tunyon. So, and you really can't afford
Jair Alexander. I don't think you could trade him. He's your best defender.
You can't give up anything on defense, so you don't really have a whole lot of pieces to trade. So I think you sit there and you think, what can we do? And the answer is very simple: just draft a receiver. Like, if you're not going to make a draft day trade, which who knows what's going to happen with Rodgers, if you're not going to make that draft day trade, you got to sit there and just be like, look, get him on the phone. Get him on the phone. Be like, Aaron, what do you want to do in this draft? What can we do to keep you? Get him on the phone. That's the only thing that you're going to be able to do to keep him. Like, Aaron, what do you want to do?
Yeah.
Boom, let's do it.
Anything to add, Bill?
No, he pretty much hit the nail on the head, I think. This is they have themselves caught between a rock and a hard place. What do you do? This is desperation mode. Desperate times call for desperate measures, I guess. So they're in a tough spot. I don't know what they can do to salvage this, but they should do all they can basically to try to salvage this. That's the bottom line. Whether that's fix the contract or, like you said, maybe
it's about more than a contract. They're going to have to draft some players that he's voiced a positive opinion about starting tonight. They're going to have to go above and beyond contract, as Adam Schefter and Jay Glazer have made clear. I don't mean to be a bossy Betty, but do not read tweets about what other people are saying on the air. We don't want to tip any picks on this broadcast. Just want to let you know. But since it became pre-draft, I appreciate you pointing out the Benjamin Albright tweet by that there could be a fun night, and the Broncos and Raiders could be lurking and trying to give the Packers an offer they can't refuse for Aaron Rodgers, especially from the Broncos' point of view. If none of the quarterbacks they like are there at 9, Aaron Rodgers could turn out being their plan B tonight. Mm-hmm. We will just have to wait and find out. But for now, let's talk about the top 10. The first 2 picks, as you said, Andrew, are set in stone. We know Trevor Lawrence is going to Jacksonville at 1. Zach Wilson to the Jets 2 has been in Sharpie since his pro day. His pro day pretty much sealed his fate there. But the draft really starts at picks 3 and 4 with the 49ers and the Falcons. And when you look at the 49ers are actually a team that doesn't have a good history of being elite at smokescreens, so to speak. Like the whole buzz this whole time was Mac Jones or Trey Lance. It's gone back and forth between them since the beginning of the process. I honestly thought they did originally trade up for Trey Lance because before the Niners made that big move up, it was reported about Terry Fontenot, the rookie GM in Atlanta, about his infatuation of Trey Lance. The 49ers probably knew the Falcons were seriously considering Trey Lance, so they had to jump them to get him. But the Mac Jones hype has not really died down, even now when it's become clear that they're equally considering Lance as well. But the fact that they're considering a guy like Mac Jones, who is not really a big upgrade over Jimmy Garoppolo whatsoever, a guy who the 49ers front office believes cost them the Super Bowl a couple years ago for crying out loud. That's the front office's opinion, and they're right. But I just cannot fathom why they would be even considering it. Maybe this was all a smokescreen and they draft Justin Fields, as I said. But the fact that they were even considering a guy like Mac Jones just shows you that this process wasn't as good as it could have been.
Look, I get Mac Jones's numbers, but look who he's throwing to. Look who he has on his offensive line. Yeah. I get the whole he's playing SEC defenses, but come on, man. You're throwing to 2 top 15 picks, and you have a fantastic offensive line. Come on, and Najee Harris. Man.
Oh God!
And Alabama quarterbacks aren't good in the NFL, so you know.
Well, the jury's still out on Tua. Calm down, but Mac Jones is not as special a prospect as Tua Tagovailoa was. There was something about Tua and how he coming into that national championship game that stood out to me. Mac Jones doesn't necessarily have those same intangibles to me. Billy, how strange has this process been from the 49ers?
Very. I mean, I was certainly one of those that thought Mac Jones was the guy initially when they made the trade up. Why? Then I started leaning towards it. Just felt like, that's just what everyone was saying. I just got the sense that everyone thought, okay, it's Mac Jones. Then I started shifting over to Trey Lance. And even in my final mock today, I have Trey Lance as the guy. Mm-hmm. But I got closer and closer to making Mac Jones the pick. I really did. It was about a 55-45 split, I think, that I made Mac Jones the pick. But I stuck with Trey Lance. Will I be surprised if Mac Jones is the pick? A little bit, but, apparently Mac Jones is just that kind of pocket slinger that Kyle Shanahan wants, and you can build around them. San Francisco kind of has the roster that you can build around them because you've got Brandon Ayuk, you've got Deebo Samuel, so he'll have weapons to throw to. Obviously, George Kittle. You've got a solid line already that you're sitting in front of. But I just couldn't bring myself to believe that the 49ers would trade 3 first-round picks for Mac Jones. I just couldn't do it. Like I said, I was close.
He's going to be the pick,
but I didn't do it.
Yes, and we will get back to the 49ers the minute they're on the clock. But when you look at the Falcons at 4, A lot of people believe that Kyle Pitts is going to be the pick, and there's no doubt about it. Kyle Pitts is the best tight end prospect to come into the NFL in like God knows how many years, maybe a generations, arguably, like maybe the best since Ditka. Like I haven't seen a tight end prospect as highly coveted as Kyle Pitts. Like people say, oh, that's not a position of value. Well, it's increasing in value in today's NFL, and he is just like else in this draft. Regardless of what position you play, he's just a special potential future Hall of Fame talent that is difficult to pass up. But as Tony Pauline of Pro Football Network said, and Daryl Ledbetter, who covers the Falcons from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, say, do not sleep on the possibility of Atlanta going quarterback here. And personally, I think it might be wise for them to actually go quarterback because Matt Ryan is 36 years old. He's no spring chicken, and the roster you have around him isn't that good right now. Just start anew with Georgia native Justin Fields, or if the Niners actually do go Mac Jones, or Trey Lance, who Terry Fontenot loves. I'm of the mindset that you have to take the Falcons would be foolish to pass on a quarterback here. Bill, you go first.
I mean, it's definitely possible they go quarterback, especially if, it is Fields and if, say, Lance slips past the 49ers, if the Niners do go Mac Jones. But I think the issue here with the Falcons and Matt Ryan, of course, is that contract. Matt Ryan just restructured his contract, and now you're looking at a huge cap hit next year of literally almost $50 million in 2022. So even if they trade him, because he's got a $7.5 million roster bonus due in next March, and his signing or his salary bonus or his signing bonus, I should say, the cap it there, it's almost $25 million. That's not going away. So it's going to be kind of difficult for the Falcons to trade Matt Ryan or move on from Matt Ryan. So you're looking at the legit possibility that Matt Ryan is still in Atlanta for at least the next 2 years. And now the question becomes, do you take a quarterback at number 4 and have him sit, for half of his rookie deal? Are they, with a new coaching staff, new GM, maybe they can, maybe they go that route. But obviously in today's NFL, you typically don't take a quarterback top 5 and let him sit for 2 years. The days of Carson Palmer are long gone. So this is a really fast. That's why I've said, and we talked about this on your pod a couple weeks ago, David, this team is truly one of the wild cards, and they really have a number of different directions they can go in that you really can't fault them no matter what they do.
I definitely understand the salary cap aspect of it, absolutely. And if Arthur Smith does believe Matt Ryan has 3 or 4 years of good ball left in him, and if he believes that, and if a quarterback, an aging pocket quarterback, needs a guy who can get open and flash, Kyle Pitts is that guy.
Oh, yeah, and I mean, Crom, you mentioned it earlier too. You said there's not a whole lot of talent in that roster right now. So, in my opinion, I'm not bringing a rookie quarterback into that mess. And to be quite honest, they're not really losing games because of their offense. I mean, Ryan is still putting up 4,500 yards. Like, he's still throwing for 25 plus touchdowns. I get that he's old, but Rodgers is old and everybody's clamoring over him. So the age thing to me isn't a big thing. But you have Kyle Pitts, who, is without a doubt the best tight end prospect that has ever come into the NFL. He's also probably a top 10 just target in general that I have ever seen, like, let alone not even being a tight end. Florida lined him up a lot in the slot, so they can do that as well. Falcons apparently, we take these, they're rumors, have been trying to shop Julio. Okay. When I heard that, I was about 85% sold on Pitts going to Atlanta. Now I'm 100% sold on it. Unless for some reason they do trade back for whatever reason. I don't really think they're going to, but Pitts to Atlanta is a slam dunk. And with that offense, man, it's gonna be a crazy offense.
Yeah, assuming they don't trade Julio Jones, and it's gonna be very hard to trade Julio Jones because of his contract. They keep Julio Jones in the fold. Him, Calvin Ridley, and Kyle Pitts. Watch out. NFC South defenses, it is going to be a nightmare going against that Falcons offense as long as their offensive line holds up. But I assume that they're pretty happy with what they have on the offensive line, or they could always get a lineman in round 2, given the depth of this lineman class, and would definitely be a sensible route for them tomorrow. The first 6 picks, I think the teams picking stay. But around picks 7, 8, and 9 is where the trade starts to come in. And interestingly, the Lions, I know they traded for Jared Goff with that big contract, that they have to rebuild the roster. And kind of like the situation of the teams picking behind them, they want more picks. And the Panthers at 8, they gave up a 2 for Sam Darnold, but I don't think that should preclude them from taking the quarterback. And the Broncos at 9, yes, they brought in Teddy Bridgewater, but they shouldn't. That should preclude them from considering quarterback either. But from the news it gathered, nobody in the top 15 is higher on Justin Fields than the New England Patriots, and there's a real possibility he could slide past 10. And why do you think the Lions at 7, the Panthers at 8, and the Broncos at 9 may have other plans? Is it because they don't think their rosters are good enough to support a rookie right now?
Yeah, I mean, I look at Detroit. That whole roster is a mess. I mean, there's not a bright spot on that offense. Especially, I mean, they got rid of Kenny Galladay, so there's no bright spots on offense because Jared Goff is a very, very below average quarterback. The defense,
an offensive line dependent quarterback too.
Yeah, and their offensive line is not that great. Defense is a mess. I mean, that's just not a good spot. So that it's safe to say that they need a lot of help. So they are a big, big contender to trade back, and I honestly think that they will. If they don't, they're probably going to stay put. They're probably going to take an offensive lineman, but they're going to have plenty of teams calling for them. I love that you mentioned, New England because, I want to believe that New England will trade up, but I honestly don't remember the last time I ever heard of Bill Belichick.
They might not have to trade up because apparently the NFL is much lower on Justin Fields as the draft Twitter community is for some weird reason.
If he slides to 15, that's gonna be that's not gonna be as bad as them getting Tom Brady that late in the draft. But come on, man.
But why do you think those 3 teams seem interested in bypassing on a quarterback? We mentioned the Lions, but why the same for the Panthers and Broncos?
Bill, you can go ahead.
Yeah, Bill.
I think when you look at the Panthers, there's just so many other needs. I think with that roster too. They need a left tackle because they've got to stop that revolving door that is the left tackle position. I mean, they haven't had a stable left tackle in about 8 years since Jordan Gross retired. So they got to figure that spot out. They need cornerback help. So there's still a lot of holes on this roster. And let's also remember, they barely gave up draft capital this year for Sam Darnold. Really, they only gave up a 6, and they basically got that 6 back in the Teddy Bridgewater deal.
But they also traded a second next year.
Yeah. Next year. I mean, next year. But I mean, how some of these teams feel about future picks. It's some of these teams are just like, whatever. Yeah. So go ahead.
I'm going to let me know when you guys have ever heard of the Panthers offensive line. Currently,
Taylor Moton. I know Taylor Moton.
Taylor Moton. Yeah, Pat Elflein, who I'm pretty sure came over from the Jets, and he was also on the Patriots.
Journeyman. Yeah.
Matt Paradis.
I know him from Denver. He had some good years in Denver, and he was a very pivotal run blocker.
Contractor. You have Dennis Daly, who is currently slated at left guard. Never heard of that man in my life. And then you have Greg Little at left tackle, who is, again, part of that revolving door that. And then they have Cameron Irving, who has been on his 90th team in 6 years. So, definitely, it's just a need. They have so many needs that it makes sense to trade back.
And Dennis Daly, they They've been trying to find a spot for him. You know, he of course was the 6th-round pick a couple years ago out of South Carolina State. Can play just about every position on the line. He was actually slotted to start, I believe, at left guard week 1 last year before he went down with injury. And then eventually, of course, Chris Reed took that job and he pretty much ran with it. They're hoping to get Dennis Daly back in there somehow with John Miller back at right guard. But yeah, they've got to figure out something. You know, Taylor Moton's the only guy you can trust right now on that offensive line, and he doesn't have a long-term contract either. He's only playing under the franchise tag right now. So Scott Fitter and Matt Rule have to do something here to solidify. But I don't get me wrong, I like the direction the Panthers are going. I like the culture they've built. I like the winning, mentality, the fighting mentality they've built. They've just got to keep building and actually start investing now in that offense.
Now you come to one of my 2 favorite teams, the Denver Broncos, and we'll talk about the Bears of the minute, and I have low expectations for them tonight. Yes, low expectations, low disappointment tends to be my mantra when it comes to the draft. I don't like to set expectations high, but I am expecting both teams to miss out. The Broncos, it has been reported by several, not all in the media, and George Paton has sent a lot of mixed signals, to be clear, but 2 people in the local media, most notably Benjamin Albright, are saying that like most of the other teams in the top 15 not named the Patriots, the main quarterback the Broncos are enamored with is Trey Lance, who I expect to go at 3 to the 49ers, and we'll get to that in a little bit. But they're not as enamored with Justin Fields. And George Paton is the kind of guy, like I said, he's a guy that likes to build rosters the old-fashioned way. He likes to assemble pieces and build the team up before getting that long-term quarterback in. He's kind of like in a way, kind of like an old school version of the Cleveland Browns. Just assemble all those draft picks, as many draft picks as he can, build the roster up, and eventually find your quarterback later. But the Broncos, they have some very promising pieces on offense, and in the same division with Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert, and Derek Carr is no slouch either. He's a top 12 quarterback in my view. But even though I don't agree, I'm just trying to understand his point of view here. Von Miller is coming out of contract after this year, and he is no spring chicken. Like the only long-term pieces on that defense are Justin Simmons, who you resign, and maybe Draymond Jones. You don't have all the pieces you need on that defense, and your depth is pretty shallow. And I respect Pro Football Focus, but I don't think the Broncos roster is as good. They're promising, but they haven't earned the status that Pro Football Focus gives them. Oh, they're just a quarterback away. I don't really think so. I would still go with the quarterback, but do you understand the point of view George Paton might have by saying, look, I'm going to assemble all these picks and start building the roster up and see how it goes this year? We'll, if Teddy Bridgewater can lead the team to a wildcard playoff berth, it'll let me keep Vic Fangio and stuff like that. But if not, I'll just use these picks and just continue to add more and reconstruct the roster in my own image.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I do agree with you. They're definitely a little bit more than a quarterback away. All right, like the offense is extremely promising, though. I do love the offense. Okay, I was a big fan of Jerry Jeudy. I wanted the Eagles to get him last year. Unfortunately, obviously, it didn't work out. But I love him. I love Cortland Sutton. I honestly kind of like Tim Patrick too. I think he's a little nice receiver. Yeah,
underrated guy. Also coming out of contract. Lots of players coming out of contract for Denver next year.
Garrett Bowles was amazing last year.
Wow, the Munchak effect.
I think they do need a little help on the right side of the line because I'm not a big Juwan James fan. But I mean, you look at it in the defense, like you mentioned, Von Miller. At some point, you have to think like, all right, Von Miller, and we're doing the same thing in Philly. We're looking at Brandon Graham, and it's just like, man, like it's probably Brandon Graham's last year, and like it sucks to think about that. But I mean, Von Miller, he's old, and old in a sense that he's like, I think 32, yeah. So you obviously need some depth behind him because, to be honest, I don't even know who is behind him.
And Bradley Chubb, Malik Reed is their third best pass rusher. They need to go edge early. I agree. Yeah.
So I think it's edge early. I mean, you're fine in the secondary. Especially picking up Kyle Fuller was extremely smart move. But it's the depth issue. It's a quarterback issue. I mean, there's a lot of things that, they still need to improve. So I think trading back, I think is honestly going to be the best move for them. because if you can get a couple more picks, like I think it'll be better because I think everybody has an infatuation with like you to improve your team. You need first round picks. You need first round picks. There are plenty of people, great quality players that come out of later rounds, and you just have to find the diamonds in the rough. And I think that trading back will give them that opportunity.
Trading back has to be their plan B if a quarterback they are not enamored with falls to them. What do you think, Bill?
Yeah, I agree. You guys talked about edge. If they stay at 9, obviously, that's why I think Micah Parsons could be a good fit there too, because a lot of people are projecting him at edge, but he can be a lot more than an edge. He can rush him off the edge, but he can move kind of sideline to sideline. Really work well with Johnson and Jewell. So, I really like that. But if you are looking at one of these edge players too, trading back definitely is a good option. But because you can get one of those guys, say in like the late teens, early 20s, depending on how far down you want to trade. So I definitely can see that possibility. But I still, even in my final mock, I had them taking Mac Jones at 9. The Teddy Bridgewater acquisition didn't move the needle at all for me in terms of them looking at a quarterback. So again, another team that can really go in a number of different directions. If they pass on a quarterback, do they look at a guy like Kyle Trask or Kellen Mond, people like that on day 2? So really going to be interesting what they do here with this 9th pick.
Indeed, and they have been getting calls all week, if not all these past couple weeks, if not months. But they heat up closer to the draft, but I'm sure teams talk about it in advance. But Roger Goodell is about to put the Jacksonville Jaguars on the clock here, so we're about to be underway, and they're bringing a special guest.
I was just about to say, can we finally get the draft underway?
Here we go.
Over or under 2.5 minutes for the
Jaguars fan. Oh, they're picking fast to sit in Goodell's comfy chair when they're on the clock. Clever idea. Love that.
How long do you think they're going to take to announce that they're taking Trevor Lawrence? Over 2.5 minutes.
I would take just 12 seconds.
Way and run over.
12 seconds. 12 seconds. Run it up.
They're gonna
milk it.
They're gonna burn all 10 minutes.
Gosh,
they shouldn't.
Oh, look at this!
Look at this!
Oh, she's excited.
The
Look at that.
are officially on the clock. The draft has begun, and let's talk about the young man they're about to pick, Trevor Lawrence. The argument is made. I'm not saying he's as good as Andrew Luck.
Oh, I thought we were going to talk about Tim Tebow.
No, we're not.
The new tight end, right?
That's right.
Potentially, that could be like a summer tryout thing. But let's talk about the headline of the night. What should be the headline of the night in Duval County, Florida, and that is Trevor Lawrence. And I'm not saying he's as good as Andrew Luck, but in my opinion, I think he is easily the best quarterback prospect to enter the NFL since Andrew Luck. What makes Trevor Lawrence such a special player?
Man, I hate Trevor Lawrence, man. Like, not as a player, but because like I'm a Notre Dame fan, so I hate Trevor Lawrence, man.
I see. Yeah, he's broken your heart. I see.
He gave us that false sense of hope when we beat his backup, and we're like, all right, cool, yeah, we're gonna do this, and then we're not gonna talk about it. But I mean, the dude is just, man, like you said. He definitely is not Andrew Luck, because Andrew Luck was just a special type of player. But like I don't think there's been this much hype and this much excitement around an NFL quarterback since Andrew Luck. There was a lot of hype around. There was hype around Goff, Wentz, whatever, but Trevor Burrow, yeah. And don't get me wrong, I love Joe Burrow, and I think Joe Burrow is going to be an excellent NFL quarterback if they get him an offensive line, for Pete's sake. But Trevor Lawrence, man, and the thing that irritates me the most, you look at him, you wouldn't think he's going to be that good of a quarterback. But my goodness, man, like he does it all. I don't have a single flaw, I think, that I see in him. His decision making is great. He knows how to read the field. He has insane arm strength. He's accurate. He's mobile, even though he doesn't really move a whole lot. Like, yeah, I mean, I think everything has been said about him.
Exactly. Yeah. What can you say about Trevor Lawrence that hasn't been said 50 million times since he was a high school senior? I mean, the kid just has it all. I mean, obviously, is there stuff he can improve a little bit? Sure. We could be nitpicking his game. Now, what we do have to understand now is he's not going to turn this franchise around like that, right? He's going to have some adversity early in his career. You know, he's going to lose more games in the month of September than he lost in his entire college career. But that's okay. You know, we're not expecting him to take this Jaguars team and set it ablaze year one. It's going to take, you know, a few weeks into his rookie year, may even take the whole year. We may not see this team really start to flourish until next year. But that's okay. We have to be patient with a quarterback like this, with a rebuilding franchise like this. I mean, you know, obviously brand new coach, first time NFL coach in Urban Meyer. So this is going to take time. But the arrow is absolutely trending up right now for the Jacksonville Jaguars. They picked the absolute right season to lose 15 straight games. And obviously they got lucky that the 0-13 Jets went on to win 2 of their last 3 to take themselves out of the running. But still, you know, the Jaguars, if there was a season for them to be absolute, and we knew a lot of people. I was one of those people too that said even before the season, yeah, I think the Jaguars might end up with the number 1 pick in the draft. And then they won week 1 and we're like, okay, like what's going on here? And then they were who we thought they were and ended up as the number 1 pick. But this is going to be fun to watch.
Fu Manchu.
I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm very excited too. And when you look at
can they let him free also?
Yeah, free the Fu Manchu. Free the Fu Manchu. I call him the Fu Manchu, kind of like you got that nickname? The Fu Manchu?
Bro, just announce the pick, man. Why are you wasting this?
Back to Trevor Lawrence again. When you look at the Jaguars, especially on offense, look at what you got. You got James Robinson, who had a stud rookie campaign as an undrafted rookie.
Nobody expected that.
Nobody expected that. And you got DJ Chark, Laviska Shenault, and Marvin Jones as your 11 personnel package. And Urban Meyer, yes, he's new to the NFL, but he's a guy that succeeded everywhere he went at the college level, and he's a coach that's known to tailor an offense to a quarterback's strengths. I really like the situation Trevor Lawrence is actually walking into in Jacksonville, especially when it comes to his offensive supporting cast. Do you?
Yeah, I mean, I like it. Offensive line needs a little bit of help, but
yep, they could address that later tonight. With
exactly. I mean, there's the offensive line depth in this, you know, draft is insane. They have a second first-round pick. They have a pick in the second round. Like, it's the defense that's going to need a lot of work, and it's going to need a big overhaul for them to be, I think, a very successful team. But they can be a good team. With their defense, they did pick up Shaquille Griffin. So, I mean, that was a huge pickup. But I don't hate the situation he's walking into. They still need a little bit of help, obviously. They need another tight end. They do need a tight end because Tyler Eifert's going to play probably another 6 games before he gets hurt again. But I don't hate the situation. I think he's going to be walking into a better situation than, you know, our second pick. I think Jacksonville's in a better shape than New York is, to be honest.
Yes, and on defense, they need a lot more piece on defense. But don't forget the other Josh Allen, who's a pretty good down pass rusher.
Yeah, no, I mean Josh Allen's good too. Joe Schobert's not bad. They still have Miles Jack. They need safety help. Actually, very bad. They very badly.
Richie Grant sometime tomorrow night would make a lot of sense for them.
Richie Grant, even Trayvon Moehrig.
Trayvon Moehrig later tonight would.
I was going to say Moehrig would make a lot of sense if he's there at 25.
And
don't worry, I butchered his name a lot this offseason too. I always thought it was Moehrig.
Moehrig, whatever.
But yeah, he makes a lot of sense at 25.
Yeah, and he'll be there because safeties don't get drafted early for some reason.
Yeah, this is a weird year for safeties in this class. It really is.
But yes, although a certain prospect we're going to hear likely here is David Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah could be a good strong safety in the National Football League, and we'll get to him as soon as he's picked. And let's here are the Jaguars. When you look at Trevor Lawrence, as you said, it is going to take time. Urban Meyer's new to the NFL, and so will Trevor Lawrence be. They're going to experience inevitable growing pains, especially in a division with solid teams like the Colts and Titans. But the Texans, what a joke they've become. But we'll not talk about them until tomorrow night. But Trevor Lawrence, there was a lot hooting and hollering, so to speak, about that interview he did with Michael Rosenberg at Sports Illustrated, and the comments that he made didn't alarm me. But if there was one that kind of raised a minor red flag to me, it was his high school coach from Cartersville High School in Georgia saying that Trevor Lawrence can quit football tomorrow and be fine with it. And I asked Jake Arthur, who covers the Colts on my podcast, about that question. He says he doesn't see that as a red flag at all, the comment from his high school coach. Do you?
No. I mean, sometimes we like to really nitpick the fact that these players also have lives outside of the NFL. I mean,
Yeah.
Obviously he hasn't panned out, but Josh Rosen, there was a lot of nitpicking on, oh, this kid's like a millennial. He does, this, that, and the other thing outside of football. Well, yeah, he's like 20 years old. Of course he's going to have interests outside of football. Like, yeah, you want football to be like one of your main priorities, but it's just like life. You got to find some kind of balance. Trevor Lawrence, the kid just got married, so he was thinking about that and whatnot. So, there's no red flags here. I mean, the kid's already pledged donations to Jacksonville charities for
He just got married. He just got married as well before the draft to Marissa.
And he's donating $20,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, he deserves a life. He has a God, and he's also showed open-mindedness by attending a Black Lives Matter protest at the University of Clemson, even though I would have assumed he's the most politically progressive person on the planet. He's just showing who he is. He's an authentic human being who is going to bust his butt nonetheless. And he is absolutely the no-brainer pick here. And Roger Goodell's about to make the pick official in just a moment, but Trevor Lawrence, quarterback wins, they say, is an overrated statistic, but when he first arrived at Cartersville High School, he became the starting quarterback just 3 games in his freshman year, then went on to lead the school to back-to-back titles, and he broke Deshaun Watson's all-time state records in Georgia for passing yardage and touchdowns. And the pick is about to be that he took that out of Clemson and won again. They're about to announce the pick. We'll let it happen, and I'll ask my question after that. We're going to defer to Roger Goodell all night here, folks, so bear with us. Yep, there we go. It's official as expected that we've known since December. Trevor Lawrence to the Jacksonville Jaguars. But Trevor Lawrence, like I said, 3 games in his freshman year, he became the starting quarterback at Cartersville High School in Georgia. Then he broke all of Deshaun Watson's state records in Georgia. Then went on to succeed Deshaun Watson at Clemson his freshman year, and he led the team to a national title his freshman year. And QB wins might be an overrated statistic, but is there an argument that this guy is a natural-born winner who knows how to win based on that record he's put together in college and high school, at least?
I mean, he definitely has a track record as a winner, but it's a little harder in the NFL. He's not going to instantly come in and win. I mean,
of course, yeah.
Joe Burrow was a winner too, and I mean, Cincinnati wasn't in any shape to win.
Of course, yeah.
But bringing a winning mentality, obviously goes a very long way. But it's going to be a bit of the biggest learning curve, I think, is going to be how to take losing gracefully. And there's going to be days when he struggles. He's going to have a couple 3 interception games. It's just every rookie quarterback goes through that. So it's going to be the biggest thing that for me that I want to see out of him this rookie year is how he deals with that, how he deals with the adversity of dealing with a lot of the failures that he's inevitably going to face. Like,
of course,
it's inevitable. You can't expect to be, you're not going to go 16-1, 15-2. Like, you're going to have to get used to it. So that's the biggest thing I want to see from him.
Yes, indeed. That will be his biggest test coming into the NFL, where the adversity is going to hit early and often for Trevor Lawrence. But there's plenty to be encouraged about for what he's put together so far. And it is a good night for all you Jacksonville Jaguars fans out there. And now the New York Jets are on the clock, and they are barring a catastrophic last-minute surprise, so to speak. They're going to take Zach Wilson from BYU and Eric Galko today, the director of Optimum Scouting and the new director of the East-West Shrine Game, says that he thinks Zach Wilson is the best quarterback in this draft. He likes him better than Trevor Lawrence, for crying out loud. I personally disagree with him, but I value people who go against the grain, and Eric is a very open-minded guy when it comes to that. And even though I would personally go with Justin Fields, if not Trey Lance here even. But why do you think the Jets are going with Zach Wilson over both of those guys?
Zach Wilson, this, we see this every year, right? A quarterback that kind of comes out of nowhere and just has a meteoric rise to a high pick. We saw it obviously last year with Joe Burrow. We saw it 2 years before with Baker Mayfield, and this year it's Zach Wilson. And we go back kind of in a sense to Trevor Lawrence in terms of the winning mentality, and Zach Wilson obviously showed that a lot at BYU. Now, yeah, they weren't playing as great of competition, and he had an incredible offensive line in front of him. But I mean, Zach Wilson, the way he was running that offense in BYU, the way he's able to, work on the move and kind of work off script a little bit. And I think what's kind of attracting the Jets to Wilson too is that the offenses are going to be very similar. What BYU ran is kind of similar. A lot of this kind of wide zone stuff is going to be kind of similar to what the Jets are expected to run now with Mike LaFleur. And, there was reports saying that like basically just about every throw that Zach Wilson will probably make for the Jets, they've seen on tape at BYU. So that seemed to enamor the Jets to him. So it seems like they just feel like Zach Wilson might be kind of the best fit right now for that Jets offense, especially with, they are starting to already build some weapons. They went out and got Corey Davis in free agency. And of course, you've already hit a home run with last year's first round pick in Mekhi Becton. So you're starting to see things start to piece together for the Jets.
I'm a big fan of the Robert Saleh hire personally. He's a leader among men and a barrier breaker too. The first Muslim American to be a head coach in the National Football League. And I personally take that with a lot of pride, given that I did not like one bit what the previous president said about the people of the Muslim faith. And Robert Saleh is like a football coach that everybody loves to play for, and the energy that he and Joe Douglas are going to bring that team, I'm pretty excited about, but it all hinges on Zach Wilson. And Andrew, do you agree with the notion that Zach Wilson is a tailor-made fit for the Mike LaFleur offense? Heck, the 49ers apparently thought so as well, and called the Jets about potentially moving up to 2, but because they wanted Zach Wilson, they said, nope, we're taking Zach Wilson.
So I've kind of been thinking about this. Zach Wilson, God, I don't want to say it, but reminds me a whole heck of a lot of Mitchell Trubisky. And let me
break my heart, Andrew.
Let me explain why. Mitchell Trubisky, in my personal opinion, is not a terrible quarterback. I think Bears were kind of dumb with the whole situation of how they handled it. Because I personally, not getting too much into Mitchell Trubisky, but last year, if they just didn't start Nick Foles, they probably win a couple more games. But getting to Zach Wilson, if you look when Trubisky played in college, okay, he didn't play a whole heck of a lot. He literally only started about 1 year, went, I think it was almost 4,000 yards, threw 30 touchdowns, 6 picks, something along those lines. And Wilson started, I think, 9 games sophomore year, 7 games his freshman year. This last year, he became the full-time starter and threw 30 touchdowns and 3 interceptions and 3,600 some yards. Kind of a one-year wonder, in my opinion. Same thing with how Mitchell Trubisky was. So I'm not saying he's going to, be a terrible NFL quarterback, because personally I don't think, Trubisky was either. But that's who he kind of reminds me of. And Trubisky kind of had a rise out of nowhere either. So
yes, and a big thing that concerns me was he had one of the best offensive lines in college football, as Bill said, and he's going to be facing a lot more pressure behind a much more vulnerable offensive line starting on day 1 with the Jets, and how he responds to pressure in his face or coming from the edges. is going to be the first big test for him early on in the National Football League by far.
Oh yeah, and I mean,
Zach Wilson indeed is the pick,
Yep.
and when you look at Zach Wilson, anything to add to what I said about him under pressure?
No, I mean he's definitely going to face a lot of pressure. I mean they have Mekhi Becton, who's fantastic, but the rest of their offensive line isn't that great. George Fant is decent. I think they have Connor McGovern. I mean he's going to face a lot better defenses than what he was facing at BYU with a less than stellar offensive line. So again, kind of like how Trevor Lawrence is going to have a learning curve as well. I mean, Wilson's going to have a huge learning curve. So
he absolutely is. Zach Wilson, he idolized Steve Young as a kid, and he went to the same school as Steve Young, where he broke his single season record for completion percentage at BYU with a 73.5% completion percentage last year. And he grew up in a family of diehard Utah Utes fans. His father, Michael, played college football there as a defensive lineman in the early 90s. And Utah didn't make Zach an offer. But the thing about Zach Wilson is that he had to earn the starting job again, coming back from his injury again this summer. And I think that might have made the Jets enamored with him as well, how he was able to come back from injury and earn the starting job and have the season he did. Like he experienced some adversity on the way to this moment and his performance last season. And I think that caught the Jets' attention too, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. Like you said, I mean, he had to be in a three-way battle just to be the starting quarterback in 2020. So, I mean, the kid's a strong competitor. There's no doubt about it. You know, obviously I get some people are saying, okay, you know, how is he going to handle the media change, you know, going from Provo, Utah to New York City? I mean, how much of that is a factor? I don't know.
And
but
the cultural change too. He's Mormon. He's Mormon, and there are not many Mormons in New York City.
Right.
Or East Jersey.
Yep. Absolutely. So, you know, it'll be interesting, but like I said, I'm intrigued with this. You know, I think it could we'll see how it works out. Fortunately, it's just, a lot better coaching. You know, it's obviously not Adam Gase, so he's obviously got that going for him. Mm-hmm. But yeah, now the draft really begins.
Yes, and with the Niners, if they are indeed choosing between Mac Jones and Trey Lance, they could throw a curveball with Justin Fields. But I want to tell you why I think it's Trey Lance. Trey Lance had 40% of his snaps in college under center. And playing under center is mandatory in Kyle Shanahan's offense. And if you look at all the rest of the quarterbacks in his class combined, whether it be Trevor Lawrence or Mac Jones or Justin Fields, as in the other quarterbacks in the top five club, or they played under center 50% of the time or less. And with that play action, and if they do indeed want to keep Jimmy Garoppolo into the season, as they appear to do, as Adam Schefter was reporting today, it's going to take a great offer to prime away. Trey Lance could sit for a half a season behind Jimmy Garoppolo, or a full season before they unload him next year and marinate behind him. This is a very good landing spot for Trey Lance.
Yeah, I mean, he's, in my opinion, probably the most pro-ready out of any of the other guys.
Because he had to make calls at the line, and none of the other guys did.
And, you know, me personally, I'm a big fan of North Dakota State quarterbacks.
Carson Wentz. Even now, when Carson Wentz collapsed in front of your eyes.
The whole team was trash. We can get into that later. But, no, I mean, everybody always has the knock of like, oh, he played FCS. Yeah, FCS is still competitive regardless. Like, it's not like he was going up against eighth graders. I mean, come on. Like, he was running in a pro style offense for the most part, like, is very successful, 2-time FCS champion, like, has obviously a fantastic head coach there at North Dakota State, like, was definitely prepared well for the NFL. And I think that that's going to translate well. And I think that ultimately, I think he will end up being this third pick if they stay put. I'm honestly, I think they're staying put now, especially because we're really close and trade hasn't been announced yet. But
for Aaron Rodgers, no, they don't want Aaron Rodgers. They just did due diligence. Yeah, Aaron Rodgers ain't getting traded anytime soon. I'm skeptical about that, but there's got to keep our ear to the phone in case something breaks up. Well, there's 3 minutes on the clock. They're about to turn the pick in. But, Bill, why do you think the pick is Trey Lance?
It's like you guys said, I think Trey Lance fits pretty well in San Francisco just because you can keep Jimmy Garoppolo there for another year. Because, I mean, Trey Lance is probably the quarterback here that still needs to develop the most. But like we said, I think we're all in agreement he's definitely pro ready. You know, the only knock obviously is the lack of starts, lack of total games played. I get that. But, you know, North Dakota State's running stuff that a lot of the teams in the NFL, you know, North Dakota State basically runs a pro style system. And like you guys said, he's up at the line of scrimmage. He's making adjustments. He's doing this, you know, basically taking control of the offense. And I mean, he's got the arm. He's got a really good arm. I mean, I don't even think you can even say like he's raw. He's definitely got the talent. He just needs, you know, obviously a little more consistency. But to have that ability to sit behind Jimmy Garoppolo, to be able to learn from Kyle Shanahan and company, I think that's going to be very beneficial to him. And it's like we talked about earlier with Atlanta, the possibility of them drafting a quarterback and maybe sitting 2 years. Lance would only have to sit 1 year in this situation because they can easily move on from Garoppolo after the season. So you could easily give Lance the keys in 2022, you know, and because this is a roster, this team feels like this is a roster that can contend.
Yeah,
and I don't think they're ready to put a rookie quarterback out there just yet. They still feel that Garoppolo can help lead this team back to the playoffs. You know, whether they get back to the Super Bowl is another story, but at least be in contention. So you bring in Lance, you let him develop, and then let him basically take control in 2022.
It's important to know this pick nobody knows about it. Other than Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, and a couple of their intimates, they have not leaked it to the press until right now, and we're not tipping picks, but they kept this under wraps. Do they have a surprise to Justin Fields? Do they make one of the dumbest moves in history by actually taking back Jones, or do they go in moderation with no, moderation is a bad word. Moderation's a bad word. Forgive me for using that word. Or I said, should they go with the most ideal system fit of those three, which is Trey Lance? And we are about to find out. And as soon as Roger Goodell comes up, the NFL draft will officially begin when the 49ers mystery pick is revealed. And if it's Trey Lance, that likely means that the teams picking at 7, 8, 9 are going to probably call and probably work the phones even harder to trade down.
Oh, pick's been in for a while.
Yeah, here's Roger Goodell. Here we go.
The San Francisco 49ers select Trey.
There we
go.
Lance. There
very
we go.
Good job, Kyle Shanahan. Very, very good job there.
Trey Lance, no matter what.
Yep,
that was the note he had.
Mac Jones didn't make sense here. He just did not. You do not trade the farm up for a guy who's essentially Andy Dalton 2.0. You traded for a guy who could become Josh Allen 2.0, and Trey Lance has that kind of potential.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I was really hoping they were going to make the right move. I'm very happy that they made the right move. Doesn't really affect me because 49ers, whatever. But like, I just, that would have been the dumbest. Trading up that much to get Mac Jones would have been worse than the Bears trading up to get Trubisky.
Oh, absolutely! Giving up three firsts to get Andy Dalton 2.0 is just dumb. And Mac Jones didn't belong here. Trey Lance did. I am glad the 49ers made the decision, and I'm happy for all the 49ers fans. Some of them wanted Justin Fields, but like comparing Justin Fields and Trey Lance is like ice cream. I don't think that there's that big a gap between Justin Fields and Trey Lance. Do you?
I think Fields has the upside on his athleticism. I think a little bit. And I think he has a prettier deep ball, but to be honest, like I think Lance, just him being in that pro style offense just sets him apart from these other guys that I think that That's what, in my opinion, puts him ahead of Fields for me. It's very close. Very, very close. A lot of people think the gap is huge, but it's very, very close. But just being in that pro offense, I think that's what puts it over the edge for me.
And when it comes to Trey Lance, he's a native of Marshall, Minnesota. He was an all-conference shooting guard on the basketball team and played quarterback at Safety High School. And P.J. Fleck at the University of Minnesota wanted him to play safety for the Gophers, but he said, nope, I'm going to go play quarterback for the North Dakota State Bison. And now he's the 3rd overall pick in the NFL draft. And yes, he comes with a bit of risk. He started just 17 games in college, and the quarterbacks who've been drafted with that minimal experience are a mixed bag. Mark Sanchez and Bill Trubisky didn't necessarily pan out. Kyler Murray looks like he's panning out, but he still has to take a big step forward this year. And who was another quarterback with minimal starting experience that went on to have a solid career? I forgot who.
Are you talking about Tom Brady there, buddy?
Maybe Tom Brady, but I'm talking about the first round. Yeah, it's an interesting list, but in those 17 games, just look at what he did. He only threw 1 interception, which came at last year's debacle against Central Arkansas. He scored 42 total touchdowns in 2019, 28 passing, 14 rushing. He's like that Josh Allen dual threat potentially. And he set all divisions record in NCAA for most attempted passes in a single season without an interception with 287. I understand that this is, he played at a lower level, but come on. A lot of the small school guys are feisty and competitive too. You can't hold that against a special talent like Trey Lance.
Yeah, no, I agree. You know, when you look at these kind of small school guys, it's really just about, are they dominating the competition? And in 2019, there's no question he dominated the competition. You know, yeah, he struggled a little bit in 2020, but I mean, you know, kind of take it with a grain of salt, I guess. He showed in the limited time what he can do. He showed the upside he has. And like I said, I think this is, you know, the perfect scenario for him. Like, yeah, you know, it's crazy that Justin Fields is obviously going to slip down the board now, but if it wasn't Justin Fields in this spot, then I'm definitely glad that it's, you know, for Trey Lance's sake that he's in this spot. I think this is going to work out really good for him. Now the question becomes, how far does Mac Jones fall? Because, you know, we've seen Jones, a lot of
his
mocks.
Score might be Washington at 19 or the Bears at 20 would be my guess.
Yeah. That was a lot of question. That was a lot of question marks with some of these mocks. I think
Patriots are getting Fields. Yeah, like the draft just seems to be holding the form now. And yes, as I expected from day one, the Falcons love Trey Lance. That was leaked before the Niners made the trade. They moved up to jump him for Trey Lance. And now with the Falcons, I think Kyle Pitts, I'm with you, Andrew. He's 100% the pick here. And adding him to that arms with Julio Jones and Calvin Ridley, who has a more dangerous receiving core than that in the NFL?
Oh, man.
Chiefs?
I mean, Chiefs, maybe. Seahawks, maybe. Yeah, no, I think that puts them probably over the top. Yeah, I mean, and Pitt, like I said earlier, Pitts is just, he's not just a tight end. Like, in my opinion, he gets drafted. I mean, obviously he's going to get drafted. When he gets drafted, I automatically think he's already a top 5 tight end in the NFL. And obviously, within the next couple of years, will probably be the best tight end in the NFL.
I totally agree.
The only tight ends I'm probably putting ahead of him right now are going to be Kelsey and Kittle, because I think personally he's probably 3rd, maybe 4th if you want to argue about Darren Waller. But I mean, that's a lot saying that a guy is going to be a top 5 at his position when he gets drafted, because none of these other guys are going to be top 5 at their position. So I mean, that's just. He's going to be a great pick if that is the pick. If it's not the pick, I'm going to be extremely shocked.
Yeah, and the Atlanta Falcons, they turn their pick in. It absolutely is going to be Kyle Pitts. And Kyle Pitts, he knew he was going to be a tight end from day one. He started his high school career at Abington Senior High School in Philadelphia. Coaches refused to put him at tight end, and he demanded a transfer, and he got the transfer as a junior to Archbishop Wood High School, and helped the team to back-to-back Class 5A state championships. and he grew 5 inches in that during that time. And obviously, 2020 was his coming out party. Won the John Mackey Award for the best tight end in the pros. Led the FBS in receiving touchdowns last year for a tight end of 12, and he also tied the Florida record for the most receiving touchdowns in a single game. And his nickname is exactly what the Florida coaching staff gave to him. They called him a unicorn. And Andrew, you explain why he's a unicorn. Not only is he a tight end, he could be a boundary wide receiver, a slot wide receiver. He is the ultimate mismatch weapon in today's NFL. And Goodell about to make it official.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Kyle Pitts.
Kyle
Yep.
Pitts it is.
Knew it.
Draft is holding to form so far. I expected Lawrence, Wilson, and Lance to be the first 3 picks. I expected Pitts to be the pick here. And the Cincinnati Bengals, everybody says they're going to reunite Joe Burrow with his top target from 2019, Jamar Chase. I personally would take Penei Sewell here. What would you guys do?
I mean, I have them taking Jamar Chase, but it's not who I want them to take. They need to take Sewell. They need to take even Rashawn Slater. That's fine, but I get wanting to take a weapon, and especially one that has played with Burrow before. But like, the dude tore his ACL last year because your offensive line is not good. So, yeah.
Yes, Burrow, everybody was saying at week 1, oh, he's going to get hurt behind that offensive line, and he did. A multi-ligament knee injury, for crying out loud. I don't think this is malpractice by the Bengals to take Jamar Chase over Penei Sewell, but I think it might be a mistake. Do you, Billy, you cover the Bengals?
Like I've said before, I've been torn on this pick. I've gone back and forth seemingly a lot in the last couple hours what they're going to do with this pick. I've thought for the longest time it was going to be Sewell. Now all of a sudden I've switched to Jamar Chase. It's a true 50-50. It really is. But I guess the question becomes, do they wait on offensive line until round 2? Do they feel comfortable waiting until after the likely offensive tackle run that we'll probably see later in this round? Are they comfortable with guys like Eichenberg or Leatherwood, whatever the case may be? Or do they just want to go interior? Do they wait for someone like Creed Humphrey or Landon Dickerson, someone like that? So, it's going to be hard to fault either way. I know Bengals fans toward the end of last season, they really wanted Sewell, but it seems like the tides have shifted in the last couple of weeks. So we'll see.
So I just saw something interesting. The last time that we had quarterbacks selected first, second, and third in the same class was in 1999 with Tim Couch, Donovan McNabb, and Achilles Smith. So that's
2 big busts in there and one not quite Hall of Fame, but decent.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think this class is going to be different, mainly because of Trevor Lawrence, and I have very high hopes for Trey Lance and Kyle Shanahan's offense. Zach Wilson is the one I am not the highest on. Like I said, I personally like Lance over Zach Wilson, at least for my taste.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think all 3 of them have very good potential to be great NFL quarterbacks. Obviously, like, looking back at that draft in 1999, like, that was just a terrible selection of Achilles Smith. But getting to the Bengals again, man, I don't want them to take Jamar Chase, but I get the idea. And like Bill mentioned, there's a lot of good second-day offensive linemen. Liam Eichenberg is fantastic. I've seen him play numerous. I live 10 minutes away from Notre Dame Stadium. Okay, I've seen the guy play numerous times. I've met him as a person. He eats at the same diner I go to almost every week. So, like, he's a great guy, and Notre Dame has that track record of producing fantastic offensive linemen in the NFL. So, I think if they go Jamar Chase here, I'm not going to hate it as much.
No,
but if they don't follow it up with an offensive lineman in the second round, then I don't know what they're doing up there.
Yeah.
But
Jamar Chase might have opted out of the 2020 season, but what makes him the best wide receiver in this draft class?
Just how dominant he is. I think we were all enamored, obviously, with Devontae Smith and how great he was in 2020. But I think for some people, it made them forget just how dominant Jamar Chase was in 2019. I mean, the guy can line up just about anywhere. He's probably better on the outside. If he goes to the Bengals, it'll be really interesting where they line him up or how they kind of mix and match the three of them. But I mean, you could just line him outside, and he just kind of dominates some of those SEC cornerbacks. So just the way he runs, he's just so smooth. And so you add him, if they add him to that Bengals receiving core, then I mean that's a really nice trio now. I mean, we also forget too, people can't forget, even without Jamar Chase, like they still have two pretty good pass catchers in Tyler Boyd and T. Higgins. But you had Jamar Chase there, or if they wait till round 2 for a wide receiver, I mean, this is all of a sudden a pretty good. This is a Zach Taylor type of pick in a way, because he's just all about building that offense. And it also feels like, I don't know how warm the seat is right now for Zach Wilson. He's got to start winning some
Zach
games here. I
Taylor.
mean, the guy's
Zach
only
Taylor.
won. Yeah, he's only won like 4 games in 2 years. So it's time to start getting going here. So
yeah, it absolutely is. It could be a make or break year for Zach Taylor, indeed. And Joe Burrow, I'm not saying he was dependent on those weapons, but the most ideal situation for him is to get as many playmakers as possible so he could spread and shred a defense like he did at LSU. And if you look at Jamar Chase, 2 things that come to me. He's an athletic freak. He not only did he set his high school single season records in terms of the single season receiving record, and the only player in the history of his high school, Archbishop Rummel, outside New Orleans, to eclipse 1,000 yards. He was a Louisiana State track champion in high school. He won the 5A state champion in the long jump his junior year. And not only does he catch balls, he produces results. 85.1% of his receptions at LSU resulted in either a first down or a touchdown. And it's that dependable target like that Joe Burrow, as good as Tyler Boyd and T. Higgins are, they're not necessarily guys who put forth that kind of productivity.
Yeah, man. I have this inkling that it's going to be Chase, and I don't want to have that inkling. But, I mean, either way, I guess, either pick is fine. But my biggest reasoning for them drafting an offensive lineman is get the running game going, too. I mean, Joe Mixon is a great running back.
I agree.
But, so, I mean, I feel like they should prioritize that. But I think they're going to be so infatuated with the connection of Chase and Burrow that I think they're going to end up going that direction.
I do as well. And that would let's take a one step further and talk about the Dolphins at 6. I personally do not think they're going to trade out of 6 personally because trading down 3 spots and and give it like Ian, if the trade market is as scant as Ian Rappaport says it is, you may risk losing both of the players you're targeting at 6. So Jalen Waddle, it will definitely be available at 6. But if the Bengals do indeed go with Jamar Chase, is it Jalen Waddle or Penei Sewell for the Dolphins?
I think it'll be Waddle. Again,
what would you do?
Again, this is kind of another situation where it kind of similar with the Bengals. I think that they should go offensive lineman, but I don't think they will. I think they're going to go with Waddle, which again, I'm a little bit more okay with it this time. But I do think, I mean, you look at their offensive line, it's not completely terrible. They don't have anybody playing right tackle because Robert Hunt isn't that great. They need to move him into guard where he's more suited. But again, I mean, hey, putting Jalen Waddle with Devontae Parker and Will Fuller.
Hang on, Roger Goodell's about to announce pick. Jamar Chase, it is.
And-
So the Bengals, they like the depth of this offensive line class. They opt to go with a weapon, Jamar Chase.
I
Let me
mean,
just note that this may be the first and only time I will ever go 5 for 5 to start a mock draft ever again. So I'm going to relish in that.
I feel that. I feel that.
Same
Man.
with me. My top 10 is holding for me. And get this, Benjamin Albright had almost the same top 10 as me in his mock, and I reached that conclusion before he sent out his mock based on the things he and others have been reporting. So a semi-win for me, but I don't have sources. I just go with the right ones to make the best educated guess possible. That's my advice to all you wannabe mock drafters out there. But now the Dolphins. Jalen Waller, Penei Sewell here. What would you do, Bill?
I think, and probably what I would do and what I think is going to happen is it's going to be Jalen Waddle. I think the Dolphins want to get weapons, get as many weapons as they can, try to show that Tua Tagovailoa is the guy. And what better way to do that than giving him one of his old buddies in Jalen Waddle, who is absolutely fantastic.
That said, and I understand the thinking here, and this offensive line class has options later on. They're picking at 18. They could address it at 18. Like they could take Christian Darrisaw if he falls that far. And that's one option on the table. But you got to keep in mind, Tua, he's not even 2 years removed from that gruesome hip injury he suffered. Mm-hmm. That meant that some in the medical profession think could have a debilitating long-term effect during his career. And protecting Tua, like the theory goes, the quarterback is the house, your offensive tackle is the insurance. And the Dolphins, they need to not just get weapons, but insurance for Tua. It's all going to depend on what depth do they like better. Do they like the wide receiver depth better or the tackle depth better? But the thing with Jalen Waddle reuniting them at their familiarity, I think, is going to be the tiebreaker here.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing with Burrow and Chase. It's the familiarity. And I mean, I guess I lean more towards wanting them to take an offensive lineman just because they don't necessarily have a pressing need for a number one receiver, because I do think Devontae Parker is a number one receiver type of guy. They already have Will Fuller, who is just a legit speed demon, and that's what Waddle is. Not to say it's not going to be a bad pick either way, but I think that if you get a top offensive lineman, you can still get a top receiver with pick 18. I don't think you're going to get a top. I don't think you're going to get it the other way around though, because in my opinion, there's a very big drop off after Sewell and after Slater. There's a bigger drop off than that between the receivers.
Between Sewell, Slater, and Darrisaw.
Yeah, but I literally got tongue tied right there. But I think the drop off is worse for the tackles than it is for the receivers. So
the pick is in for the Dolphins. And now with the Dolphins picking, now is where we could see some trades start to fly. The next three teams, as has been reported, they are all looking to move down. They are apparently not high on Justin Fields. Apparently, the Broncos have sent signals that they are, but it could be a smokescreen say, hey, come trade up for him, which is what I think it is. But let's wait for the Dolphins pick here. Would you rather have you said you would rather have Waddle here, correct, Andrew?
No, I was leaning offensive line, but I think they're gonna go receiver. I mean, heck, would they go Devontae Smith? I doubt it, but I think it's gonna be Waddle.
It has to be Waddle because a lot of teams are scared off of Devontae Smith's weight, and Devontae Smith is going to be the first wide receiver who is 6 feet tall or taller and weighs 170 pounds or less to be drafted since Marvin Snoop Minnis in 2001 when he went in the third round to the Kansas City Chiefs. So the Dolphins are probably going to go with Jalen Waddle, who, if you thought Henry Ruggs was Tyreek Hill 2.0, I think Jalen Waddle fits that bill better. Don't you think so?
Yeah, I mean,
makes sense.
Yeah, I think it does. I mean, Will Fuller is going to be a nice compliment for him just because Fuller can literally just stretch the field. Waddle, I think, is a little bit more polished as a route runner than Fuller is. So I think that's going to open up the middle of the field a lot more. So Tyreek Hill 2.0, absolutely. I don't think they have a quarterback capable of getting him the ball that deep, but it'll be interesting to see what they do.
Yeah, said we're going to have another guest join us in just a little bit. And the Dolphins are now coming, and Goodell about to announce the pick that I personally believe would be Jalen Waddle, but Andrew and I think should be Penei Sewell. But if Penei Sewell doesn't go here, I expect him to go to the next pick, whether the Lions keep it or trade out. Penei Sewell, I think, will be the pick at 7. The Chargers, we're looking to trade up for offensive line help, as were the Vikings. So one of those two teams, but most likely the Chargers, because the Lions are going to want to help out their division rivals to get Penei Sewell reunited with Justin Herbert. So that is what I'm watching for at 7. And the Dolphins are Roger Goodell. Here he comes. He's got the Dolphins fan in the comfy chair, and he's let's get the pick in, Roger, because trades could be coming right now.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select
Jalen Waddle.
Incredible.
It is Jalen
6 for
Waddle.
6.
Just look at this. Look at this statistic. Here's why the Tyreek Hill 2.0 comparison fits him even more so than Henry Ruggs. First of all, he's more. You could be more creative with Jalen Waddle on using all by setting him in motion a lot as well. Ruggs was mainly known for straight line speed. Waddle is known for much more. Waddle, he plays much bigger than his size, and he averaged an astonishing 44.53 yards per touchdown catch on those 17 career receiving touchdowns he had at Alabama. Tyreek Hill 2.0.
Yeah, he's definitely Tyreek Hill 2.0, but I mean, Tyreek Hill also has Mahomes thrown to him, and he's gonna have Tua, so he's definitely gonna be explosive. But I think I don't know, maybe I'm just too critical of Tua, but I think you're gonna see the explosiveness, but you're not gonna see the 40-yard touchdowns. But I think he's gonna make a difference, and that's gonna be key when they evaluate Tua this year. Because I mean, now you have three fantastic weapons. Now you have a very, very good tight end, a top 10 tight end,
Mike Gesicki.
It's make or break time.
Yeah, Mike Gesicki, Devontae Parker, and now Jalen Waddle. He's got 3 good pass catchers to throw the ball to, and that familiar scheme. But why don't you see any 40-yard touchdowns coming, man? Tua's deep accuracy was pretty spot on in Alabama.
He hasn't really stretched the field much since he's been in the NFL, and maybe it's the system, maybe it's the play calling, but all I've really seen from him is a lot of short, intermediate throws. The 5-10 yard throws.
The Lions did not move down. They did not move down. They are staying put here, and I think it has to be Penei Sewell. Albert Breer reported yesterday that Anthony Lynn, who was the Chargers head coach these last few years, and he is now the Lions offensive coordinator. He attended Penei Sewell's pro day. They're going to want somebody who literally punches you in the mouth or busts a kneecap, as new head coach Dan Campbell said. Penei Sewell is that guy, although curveball could be Micah Parsons, because they've been reported to be in love with Micah Parsons. But you don't draft Micah Parsons this high, given his character red flags. You want a culture guy with your first pick with this new regime under Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell. Has to be Penei Sewell, in my opinion.
I mocked them going Slater because I like Slater a little bit more for them, but I'm just honestly surprised they didn't trade back.
Yeah, that roster is the best. You have to accumulate picks. You just have to accumulate the picks here. And the Lions.
That's why I thought
Or could they go Justin Fields here to have him sitting here behind Jared Goff?
No, not at all. I don't think that's going to happen. It's going to be either Sewell or Slater.
Slater or Micah Parsons is the wild card.
Yeah, I
would have touched Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
His character red flags would want me to take him off my board personally.
Yeah, I'll take him, but not this early. It's got to be one of the 2 top offensive linemen. I'm just shocked they didn't trade back.
Yeah, I'm shocked as well because the Lions have been reported interested in trade back several years, but the trade market, as Ian Rappaport has said, has been pretty scant, and so far he's being proven correct. But one GM actually told Peter Keek, said the meat of this draft is the beginning of the third round to like pick 75, like 35 to 75 is the meat of the draft. And that's why teams like the Lions, Panthers, and Broncos are at least looking to trade down. Lions did not, but Panthers and Broncos are looking to trade down because they have still a lot of holes on their roster they want to fill. And they want to pick it in the meat section. And also maybe the Lions probably didn't trade back because nobody offered them 2022 capital in return. Teams want 2022 capital because this year's draft pool is only like 600 players. Next year it's going to be a normal pool.
Yeah,
and
all right, pick
more film, a normal draft cycle. So yeah, that's why they're saying next year's draft picks are very valuable.
Yeah. All right, Lions, please show us what you've done here. Yeah, looks like we're going to have to wait a bit as they interview the Dolphins' new star receiver, Jalen Waddle. And the Dolphins do pick at 18. And at 18, I think, do you think they should go tackle at 18?
Yeah, I'm looking through my mock right now. I think I on my mock, I actually had them passing on a lineman because, like I mentioned earlier, I don't like the drop off that much. So I think they're going to address defense. I think they're going with an edge rusher. I mocked Quidey Pay to them. So I think they might go that route, but because I don't like the offensive line drop off in the first round.
Yeah, I had Jalen Phillips.
Oh my God, Dan Campbell always watch the TV. Dan Campbell and Reynolds, they're breaking kneecaps in the war room with those bear hugs.
I love Dan Campbell. Like
why do you love Dan Campbell? Some people say he's Dan Patricia 2.0.
Nah, man, I think Miami should have when he took over as interim coach and lit a fire under them, and I think that he was great. And I was honestly surprised they didn't retain him and make him actually the head coach because, we saw what happened after that. But I love Dan Campbell. I think he's a great culture guy. I think he's a player. He's a player's coach. He's going to rile these players up. And I guess I'm kind of not surprised now that they traded back because, he got his guy. He got his guy. But I like Dan Campbell. I think he's going to be a pretty good head coach. Definitely better than, what they just went through. So.
What do you think about Dan Campbell, Bill? Oh, here we go. Penei Sewell, indeed.
Wow.
Dan Campbell gets a kneecap buster in the 2019 Outland Trophy winner. Now, Penei Sewell, he was a guy that some people were hyping him up last year as the can't-miss prospect in this year's class as equivalent to Chase Young from 2020, but that hype kind of died down. But I believe Gil Brandt himself said that Penei Sewell reminded him of Hall of Famer Jonathan Ogden. Who's right?
Jonathan Ogden's a big comparison.
Plus Penei's arms are a little short by NFL standards.
Yeah, and Jonathan Ogden was like what you think of as a prototypical tackle. I don't personally think that. Sewell's not prototypical. I think there's obviously you mentioned his arm size, but he's still going to be a great offensive tackle. I don't know if he's going to be a left tackle, right tackle. We'll see what they do with him, but still a great prospect. I think he's still going to be a great guy.
Yeah, and I wish, before we get to you on this pick, Bill, I wish we had Hank Williams Jr.'s family tradition playing in the background because look at this football family that Penei Sewell comes from. His father, Gabe, coached high school football. His older brother, Gabe Jr., was a linebacker at University of Nevada. I think this means Nevada Reno, so the Wolfpack in the Mountain West Conference. His older brother, Neffy, just completed his redshirt junior season at linebacker at the University of Utah. And his younger brother Noah plays linebacker at Oregon, and his uncle is Isaac Sopoaga, who played 11 NFL seasons at Nose Tackle, including with those 49ers teams under Jim Harbaugh, where they lined him up in the backfield on jumbo goal line formations. And he has another uncle named Richard Brown, who played 10 seasons as an NFL linebacker. There's something to be said about bloodlines. There's a lot of great bloodlines in this class, when we get to the corners especially, but those bloodlines on Penei Sewell cannot be ignored. Like that, doesn't that scream football lifer to you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I really like this pick for the Lions. This is probably just kind of one of those, like, you know, they didn't expect Sewell to be there, and maybe that's why they stayed at 7.
We could have a trade coming here
because now you've got two really, you know, if what there is a positive now about the Detroit roster is that now they've got a great bookend duo at offensive tackle with Taylor Decker and Penei Sewell.
Yeah.
So
build your trenches. That's Dan Campbell's mantra.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
Yeah, so I can understand that.
Beat the quarterback he is. That's offensive line dependent. You got to protect him. Give him the money you're paying him.
And I mean, obviously, you know, the new GM, Brad Holmes, he was obviously there when the Rams drafted Jared Goff. So obviously they're still going to have some sort of connection with Jared Goff. And I never really thought they had to force themselves into a quarterback this year because they're basically locked in for 2 years with Jared Goff. So they could see what they have this year, go into 2022, because, you know, they're going to have 2 first-round picks next year. They have 2 first-round picks in 2023. So they still kind of control their own destiny in a sense in terms of getting a future quarterback over the next 2 years.
Yes, and I think we're going to see a trade here. The clock was winding down, and they didn't yet make a pick according to the ticker. I think we're seeing a trade here. And Albert Free reported this was the spot the Patriots were eyeballing to trade up for Justin Fields. I think we're seeing a trade here.
If not, I personally think the Panthers can stay put here and take Fields. But
that would be a great idea. You traded for
to be honest,
not an answer.
No, I mean Darnold. Again, I don't really think Darnold is terrible, but Justin Fields, like, yeah.
Looks like the Panthers pick is in.
It's Fields.
It has to be Fields.
It has to be Fields. He's the only person that makes sense in this spot.
Absolutely. Or if not him, Rashawn Slater.
Yeah.
And we talked about this on your pod a couple weeks ago to, you know, not count out the possibility of the Panthers grabbing Justin Fields if he's there.
Yes, and if they pick him there, it makes my night a little bit more simple. Some people are going to criticize the Broncos for not trading up, but it's going to prove to be that they had no.
Yeah, it's got to be Fields. I'm surprised that went this long. I really thought it was going to be an easy decision once they saw Fields on their board.
Hi, Justin Fields is the only quarterback the Panthers. There's a David Anderson from us. It has to be him.
It has to be him. But Ian Rappaport also floated J.C. Horn as an option here. No.
This has to be Fields. Darnold's not the answer. They haven't picked up his option yet. They were waiting for Fields' fall. That this has to be. It can't be anybody else but Fields. I agree with Andrew. Do you think so, Bill?
Bill? But yeah, and in all honesty, they could just potentially roll with Darnold if they feel that Fields needs a little bit more time, because the Panthers aren't going to be in a win now mode.
Yeah, wait for him, or have them compete and trade the surplus guy over the summer.
Yeah, I mean, they're not in a win now mode, so I mean, I could very well see them just rolling with Darnold, not picking up his 5th-year option, and you see how Fields is progressing, and then you go from there. So there's a lot of options here. I think that's going to be their best decision, but I don't know. I think we may have our first surprise selection here.
We just very well may. All right, here comes Roger Goodell. Here we go.
Please don't be defense.
With the 8th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select
No
J.C.
way.
Horn.
That's a terrible selection.
J.C. Horn, the son of Joe Horn, the legendary Saints wide receiver, who had that legendary celebration with the telephone, the cell phone, the flip phone in the end zone. J.C. Horn is the pick for the Panthers here at 8, and it potentially makes the Cowboys' life easier. J.C. Horn. Why do so many people in the NFL at least think he could be the best corner in the draft in the long run, even better than Patrick Surtain II?
I don't know. I don't. It definitely feels a need, but like, why are you staying put and picking him right there?
Yes, Broncos move down. If you don't want Justin Fields, trade it to the team that wants him.
Like I think J.C. Horn has potential to be good. I do like Surtain. I like him a little bit more. Obviously he has that NFL pedigree. Obviously we all know that. So I mean that helps. And he was pretty solid, as a shutdown corner. But I don't like the pick here. I think they finally had a chance to get their face to the franchise, and they kind of just blew it right there.
Or Rashawn Slater would have made a lot more sense here.
Yeah, I mean they had many more needs than a corner. And this is a pretty decently deep corner draft.
He was productive with 25 pass defended and 29 college starts, but the biggest test for him early: avoid being flagged, avoid the penalties at all costs. J.C. Horn was flagged 10 times in college, including 5 times in 7 games last season. He tends to be very, very grabby, and a lot of what they didn't call against him college, they'll get called. They're going to have to get that cleaned up with him right away.
Man, yeah, I don't know. I'll probably feel better about this pick a little later, but
yeah, Broncos. If you stay,
I actually kind of like this pick.
Why do you like it, Bill?
What? Bill, why do you like the pick?
I mean, I just feel they really had a needed cornerback. They needed somebody opposite Dante Jackson. They may need somebody to replace Dante Jackson eventually. They do have a couple young cornerbacks that they probably still want to get an eye on a little bit, like Troy Pride Jr., who I'm still pretty high on. They are interested, I guess, in Stanley Thomas Oliver, their 7th-round pick last year, but they just needed somebody physical, I think, on the outside there, because they tried putting Eli Apple out there. They had Rasul Douglas, and he was okay. J.C. Horn, I think in this defense, it just gives them that kind of physical press man guy that they can just, they obviously really like his upside, and in this division with the receivers that the Panthers are going to be going up against.
Over Justin Fields. They're taking Rashawn Slater over Justin Fields. I could just feel it.
It's okay. They're going to take a kicker. It's fine.
Oh, no, come on.
They're going to take Mac Jones.
I mean, really?
The fact that they're taking this long to turn their pick tells me they're not taking a quarterback.
You wonder how much the Eagles should be thinking about if they really want, say, a corner, if they really want Surtain, if they're thinking about a trade up here, because we're pretty confident now that Surtain's not getting past Dallas, especially now that
the Eagles would make sense as initial trading partner here.
The expectation, of course, was that both corners would be on the board here at number 10 for Dallas. That's obviously not the case now.
I follow the Eagles very, very closely, obviously. And yes, they do want a corner, but they're also fine with staying put and taking a receiver. And
I agree too. Devontae's still there. So
yeah, Devontae's still there. And honestly, I think they're going to get one of those two in that spot at 12.
Actually, don't sleep on the Giants with Devontae. They really like him. Some in the organization really like him, apparently.
They do. And I'm always Dallas. I don't ever trust Dallas to actually do the correct thing. So I could see Dallas going in a completely different direction. But I don't think the Eagles are going to trade up. If they do, actually, I'll be very kind of upset because we do have a lot of draft capital. Obviously 3 first-round picks next year. Technically only 2, but it's going to end up being 3. Personally, I don't think they should give any of that up. If they do move up, they're moving up 3 spots, probably going to cost another like maybe third or fourth rounder.
Yeah, they haven't said the pick is in. The Broncos have 2 minutes to make a decision. Oh my God, this is going to be so bad.
Najee Harris. There you go.
Tell me, guys, why would Rashawn Slater be a good pick here if not Justin Fields? Why?
Dude's physical, man. I love Rashawn Slater. I think he's good, and I mean clearly, obviously fills a need. But again, I do think like trade back is the correct move, and I'm very shocked that.
Nobody's trading back. This market is scant. Ian Rappaport was right. This trade market looks scant. Oh my God!
I mean,
so much for those reports.
Don't put it past them to take Fields here either. To be honest, I mean, there's plenty of options.
No, Benjamin Albright said they're not enamored with him. He's really wrong.
There's so many
so
options.
much for that report earlier today too that the Saints were looking into the top 10. I mean, the odds of that happening were pretty low anyway. I don't think any of these teams were going to drop from like 9 or 10 or whatever to 28.
They're taking all the time they need. Oh boy,
dude, Mac Jones looks like such a dork, man. Like, They're putting you on the edge of your seat, aren't they, Carl?
Oh yeah, they are.
I love
it's going to be bad. Come on, I just know what's going to happen here. Yep, they turned the pick in. It's Rashawn Slater.
I mean, hey, Slater would not be a terrible pick. Not be a terrible pick. Slater, Fields. I mean, it's one of those two. I feel like.
Fields doesn't look like the way they show those live shots. They weren't celebrating. It's a tackle here. It's Rashawn Slater. Mike Munchak is a big fan of Rashawn Slater, and he's one of the top 12 to like coach football. So looks like he'll get his man. And George Payton likes physical people, and like he comes from the Vikings. His first pick, he wants to make a foundational pick. What does a Denver Bronco in my image look like? Get somebody physical.
Oh man, I mean, it would not be a bad selection. Why
pass on Justin Fields?
I don't think they should pass on Justin Fields. I personally think they should take Justin Fields. Because he's miles better than Drew Lock.
If the Broncos really were serious about looking at a quarterback here in the draft, this is almost like the dream board, right? You thought maybe just one of the quarterbacks would be sitting here at 9. Now they've got 2 of them to choose between. So,
man, I mean, couldn't have worked out better.
It's Rashawn Slater.
I mean, could they go defense here too? I don't know, man. No, you don't think defense?
No. No. Oh my God! What a curveball!
What?
Patrick Tan the second?
Bro, Eagles, man. Oh no, that hurt.
Yeah, this
hurt.
The Eagles board is getting
what a shocker!
Wow.
Dallas fans probably have to be really upset right now too.
Well, this pick actually makes sense because Ronald Darby was just brought in with a 3-year deal. Kyle Fuller and Bryce Callahan are coming out. But I don't like his fit with Fangio. Is he more of a press man guy?
I think he can play all around, but man, I was not prepared to talk about him this early. Ooh, I'm happy for the guy, obviously, but that was a very big shock from the Broncos right there. That was probably the biggest shock that we've had yet. And I don't think it's a terrible pick. I definitely just did not expect it. Him and Kyle Fuller is going to be a fantastic duo.
Yeah,
and they love their corners in Minnesota. And it's been coming into me. Here's the reason why Justin Fields is falling: his epilepsy. That's the reason why he's falling. His epilepsy is the reason why he's falling. A lot of teams are worried about the risk of the epilepsy. Alan Faneca had a long qualified career with it, but there have been plenty of players in NFL history where the epilepsy affected them negatively. But why do you think he could be okay with in a Vic Fangio defense?
I think Vic Fangio is one of the best defensive minds that is in the NFL, and I think that he's gonna work Surtain in any way that he can and coach him up. And I mean, I have a lot of confidence in him. Not necessarily an ideal pick right off the bat, not ideal fit off the bat, but I like the pick, and I also think it's actually very cool that they went the two legacies. They go back to back. I think that's a pretty cool thing. But
this isn't that bad of a pick. He's the son of obviously his dad, Patrick Surtain Sr., played for the Dolphins for many years, and the Chiefs for 3 years. He made it to several Pro Bowls, and he was the SEC Defensive Player of the Year, and allowed just 4 touchdowns, just 46.1 completion percent during his career in Alabama. The Broncos, I actually like this better than Rashawn Slater because of because Slater's more of a guard than a tackle in my eyes personally. And Surtain, I think is better value here with a corner. Corner is much better value here than a potential future Pro Bowl guard. Pro Bowl corner, and Surtain could be a Pro Bowl corner.
Bro, getting on though, I have no idea what the Cowboys are going to do right now though.
Trade back.
I think honestly they have to, because I mean I think the only 2 people they had on their board was Surtain and Horn, and they knew they were going to get one of the 2. But like, wow, I mean I don't really know what their options are. I mean, could you take Slater here? The offensive line obviously needs a little bit of help. I mean, Zach Martin had to play like 4 positions last year.
Like the depth in this class, said the corner depth isn't that. Richard Sherman. Richard Sherman played in a Vic Fangio defense.
Yeah.
Or a similar defense as Vic Fangio with a lot of zone coverage. And Dan Jeremiah, if he said Richard Sherman is compared to Patrick Surtain II, it's not as bad a fit as I thought.
No, I mean it's not a terrible selection at all. He's a great player, and obviously, like I said, Fangio's gonna do wonders with him. I like the pick. I just did not expect it.
But I think a potential Pro Bowl corner is much better value than a potential Pro Bowl guard. Don't you think so?
I mean,
the Eagles have moved up. I think they jumped the Giants for Devontae Smith.
The Eagles and Cowboys made a trade. What in the world?
What is going on, man?
Maybe they're saying, screw you, Giants. We'll unite to screw you.
It's gotta be Devontae Smith.
Yeah, it has to be.
If it's not, I mean, I have no idea, because that's the only other person that. What? I don't know, man. It's gotta be though. I'm wondering.
It's gotta be Devontae Smith. It has to be Devontae Smith. Because Jalen Reagor, he's more of a wide receiver 2 in my eyes. Smith could be a wide receiver 1. Yes, he's down in 166. He could easily put on like 7 more pounds. He's like Isaac Bruce, who's going to finally get his gold jacket after a 1-year delay this summer. Devontae Smith makes a lot of sense for the Eagles.
Personally, I'm not worried about his size, man. To consistently be able to put up 200 yards in a game, and I personally watched him just absolutely shred Notre Dame. Like I don't care about his size, to be honest. I'm not as big on it. Yeah, could he put on a little bit more weight? Obviously, because I don't really think he wants to get hit across his body by a 225-pound safety. But I don't know what's gonna happen here. It's got to be Devontae Smith. If it's not, I might have to go quiet for a little bit. If it's not Devontae Smith, and I heard they gave up pick number 84 to move up 2 spots.
All it was.
So, I mean, it's not terrible.
That is
Not
crazy, though. That's all it took.
Well, for the 2 years in a row, Broncos, for so much for them not picking Bama players, they picked Bama players 2 years in a row, and I think they're going to be Jerry Jeudy and Patrick Surtain should be great foundational players. And although the quarterback situation is not ideal, Teddy Bridgewater with the defense that George Payton, he wants Vic Fangio to succeed. He wants to keep him long-term, and he's doing everything he can to ensure he gets to stay long-term. And Teddy Bridgewater, a quarterback with that defense, and if they can get like Javonte Williams in round 2, get a running game, the Broncos could be a wild card contender next year if that defense stays healthy and as good as advertised. What do you guys think?
Broncos contender next year.
Wild card, not division, wild card.
I just don't think a corner is as big of a needle mover as taking an offensive lineman. Because I still have very big question marks about their quarterback position. So I don't think I'm really ready to say wild card contender yet, unless I see them.
So a lot of people are bullish on their defense. They're bullish on their defense.
Yeah, I still think they need to do something to upgrade that quarterback position because Teddy Bridgewater isn't an upgrade over Drew Lock. So Teddy's not that great. So for me to say that they're going to be a contender, I still think they need to upgrade their quarterback position, and they could do that day too. I mean, even with somebody, I don't know, not even really Mac Jones or Justin Fields, but even anybody after that. I mean, the bar isn't that set that high in Denver at the quarterback position right now. They keep showing Micah Parsons, and so I'm worried that the Eagles are taking Parsons, but.
Potential. Sorry, guys, I'm typing. If they take straight up for Parsons, that's a big mistake here. And also, Nick Sirianni, this is your first biggest Eagles head coach, and
they're winding the clock all the way down.
How about Giants must have been fixated on a lineman. Eagles could be going Rashawn Slater here because keep in mind we got your left tackle situations. I'm certain you could move Lane to left and Rashawn Slater to right.
No, left tackle's fine. It's Mylott or Dillard. Either way, left tackle. That's not a need to address right now. Offensive line's fine.
I just saw a note here on they're talking to Scott Fitterer. And they said J.C. Horn was actually the top player on the board for the Panthers. So that's an interesting note.
Oh, get the pick in. Come on.
Eagles, Andrew, the Eagles have you on your edge.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous right now. Because there's only one person I want in this spot right now. It's got to be Smith. Smith is the only way that I'm going to be happy with this selection. Because I don't think because there was no need to jump for an offensive lineman. That's not a need. There's no defensive players right now that you need in this spot. And so I think this is a no-brainer selection. Yeah. Yes. But Howie Roseman is not a very smart GM, so nothing would surprise me.
A lot of doctors don't think Fields' epilepsy is a big deal. We'll get to that in a second. Let's see what the Eagles have done. Is it a lineman, Micah Parsons, or Devontae Smith? I think it's Smith. Devontae Smith.
Whoo, thank goodness.
So back-to-back Crimson Tide picks, Devontae Smith.
I like it. I mean, obviously Heisman winner. And again, I mean, I personally think he's a little bit better than Jalen Waddle, in my opinion. I kind of had him a little higher because everybody's just, knocking on his size, but I don't.
Yeah, like I said, 7 more pounds. He's Isaac Bruce 2.0.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, I like him, and he's going to be a true number one receiver. It's going to be him, Jalen Reagor. You still have Greg Ward there, Travis Fulgham, who was a complete monster for like 4 games last year. Receiver core is a little bit better, still not great. I think they still need to upgrade it a little bit. Second and probably day 3. but that was the only pick that made sense there. And trading up was smart because the Giants were definitely going to take him.
Yes, and Devontae Smith, not only was he the Heisman Trophy winner last year, one of his first plays in his college football career was catching the game-winning touchdown pass from Tua Tagovailoa in the 2017 national championship game, and he like Jamar Chase, he was a star track athlete in high school. He's the co-holder of the. No, I'm looking at the wrong record. Devontae Smith owns the SEC records for single-season receiving yards and career receiving yards, and he's only one of 5 Alabama players during Nick Saban's tenure to be a team captain twice. The intangibles are just there. He doesn't care how small he is. He just goes to play and comes to play, and he says, I don't care how big you are. I am going to outwit you for the ball. The will of this guy just can't be underestimated, and the Eagles made a smart choice by leapfrogging the Giants to get him. Now with the Giants.
Trade back.
Trade back? Have they traded back?
No, I think
They
they're
have.
going. I think they did trade back.
They did.
Wow.
Patriots?
Bears are on the clock.
Bears!
Bears!
Oh my God! If this isn't Justin Fields, I am going to be mad. This has got to be Justin Fields. But if it's Rashawn Slater, I am going to puke.
Bro, if
It's
it's
either
Mac
Fields
Jones,
or
I'm going to
Slater.
puke. Oh, my
Mac
God.
Jones or puke. The Bears are on the clock. Please don't let the Patriots get Justin Fields. Bears, you're my favorite team. I root for you every time you don't let the Broncos. Take Justin Fields.
Man,
It's got to be Justin Fields.
it has to be.
And Dick Gettleman traded back. Has the world gone topsy-turvy?
Yeah, how about that?
This is
First
insane.
time ever.
That's insane. It has to be Fields. I feel like they knew that the Patriots are probably going to take him.
It has to be Fields, but the Chargers were lurking. They might want Slater being a local kid.
Mhm.
The Bears, Ryan Pace, if you don't take Justin Fields here, if you trade up for Rashawn Slater, it's a waste of money. I don't care
And
how
here,
good Rashawn Slater is.
I just got the trade details too.
What's the trade details?
They traded 20 and 164 this year and a first and a fourth next year.
Bro, Bears are terrible at making
It
trades.
has to be Fields. It has to be Fields. If it's anybody but Fields, I am gonna scream. You surrender your first next year, it's Fields. If you trade a first for Slater, or Mac Jones, you are a wuss.
No, with them giving up a first next year, it's got to be Fields.
It has to be Fields. Take him away from the Patriots. Take him away.
They're not that insane to where they're going to make that big of a mistake. But man, it's got to be Fields. It's definitely not Mac. It's definitely not Slater. I feel like if they were willing to give up a first round pick next year, there's no way they're taking an offensive lineman. If they are,
the Saints gave up a future first for Marcus Davenport. Things will be done.
Yeah.
First and a fourth. 20th overall pick and a fifth round.
First and a fourth this year.
Wow.
Or no, first and a fifth this year, first and a fourth next year.
Oh, wow. A first and a – jeez, man. It's got to be Fields.
It has to be Justin Fields. If it's anybody but Fields, Ryan Pace is going to have his head on a spike tomorw.
Ryan Pace has had
that's
his head
the
on
whole
a
thing,
platter
too.
for
I mean,
3 years.
Has to be Fields.
Yeah,
has to be
that's the whole
Fields.
thing. Like, Pace knows his job is on the line. So this is about getting his guy here, because if it doesn't work out this year, well, he's not going to be there next year. So what does he care if the picks are gone?
Yeah, I mean,
everybody already starting to retweet when the Bears posted Andy Dalton QB1.
I mean, it's Fields.
We've got the Giants got 164 overall from the Bears, correct? 164.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, just making the change in my. This has got to be. If it's anybody other than Justin Fields, I'm gonna puke.
Dude, it's not. There's no way. I see. We have a comment in the stream, Michael. It's not going to be Mac Jones.
Yeah, it's definitely not Mac Jones for darn sure. Yeah, come on. All right.
No way.
Yes. I bet they picked Mac Jones. No, they are not taking Mac Jones. Yeah.
Definitely not Mac Jones. It's got to be
All
Fields.
right. It has to be Fields. If it is Slater, I'm going to throw my computer. If the Broncos pass on Fields, I wanted the Bears to get him. The Bears. They can't screw this up. They just cannot screw this up. And you could have Fields compete with Andy Dalton over the summer and trade Andy Dalton in and have or Dalton back him up or trade Foles. Has to be a quarterback. Has to be a quarterback.
Man, I'm a little salty that the Giants are getting more draft capital. Come on, man.
Dave Gettleman, you shocked the world.
Man, it's opposite of what I wanted. All right, Roger, come on.
Here we go. Justin Fields. Yes! You took him away from the Patriots. You fucking did it, Ryan Pace. Yeah! Bam! Justin Fields to the Chicago Bears. Nobody was expecting this. Everybody thought he would fly to the Patriots. The Bears got him. I love you, Ryan Pace. This pick is going to change the face of the Chicago Bears franchise. Yes, I love the Denver Broncos too, but like I said, I root for the Bears every time they don't play them. I'm a happy man. Way to make my night, Ryan Pace.
All right, chill out. They are still so far away than just a quarterback.
Yes, they are, and they gave up, but he's a guy worth working with and worth building around.
I agree, but I mean, they still are very, very far away from being.
Yeah, they got to get the offensive line.
Offensive line's a huge issue. Like they have a lot of holes still.
And this, kind of goes back to what you were saying earlier, Andrew. We talked about, if Mac Jones wasn't the pick at 3, where's he going to get slotted? Well, who knows? I mean,
New England
could be the
man.
Patriots at 15, but if it's not the Patriots at 15,
he's going into a free fall. He's going into a free fall.
He really could.
Washington.
I mean, maybe Washington at 19. I don't know.
Potentially Pittsburgh if they're looking, that option.
Yeah, Pittsburgh at 24.
Maybe Baltimore so they can get an actual quarterback. I mean,
but oh man,
But yeah, I mean, it's going to be the Mac Jones free fall. I forgot. Now we have.
I'm
Dallas
just glad
on the
Justin
clock.
Fields was not the 5th quarterback taken.
No, because he didn't deserve to be. I mean, in my opinion, he should have been
absolutely
the
not.
3rd quarterback taken, but
At the very least, absolutely. Like it just felt like he was starting to get disrespected as the draft process wore on. Don't get me wrong. Like I like Zach Wilson, I like Mac Jones, or Trey Lance, excuse me. But Justin Fields was always my QB too. So to sit here and listen to everyone say like, oh, he's going to fall out of the top 10, this, that, and the other thing. He could be the 5th quarterback taken. I'm just like, what are we doing here? So at least he's QB4. I'm still a little disappointed in that, but at least he's QB4 instead of QB5.
I mean, wasn't Patrick Mahomes was what QB3 or 4 taken? So I mean, hey, anything anything goes in these drafts. But Colts at 21, maybe? No.
Devontae Smith will almost certainly wear number 6. That's what ESP just tweeted.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And Jamar Chase is going to wear number 1.
Yeah, Field should have been 2. Yes. This could be the pick that redeems Ryan Pace, but with a rookie contract, his power can lure a lot of free agents to town and the city, this market. This is a big, to paraphrase the current president, I'd say this is a big freaking deal.
Crazy thing is, if Aaron Rodgers is indeed out in Green Bay this year, Fields becomes the best quarterback in that division.
Mm-hmm.
Like, in complete honesty, Kirk Cousins, I mean, I like Kirk, but and I've already shared my opinions on Jared Goff, and then obviously, Jordan Love, we don't know anything about. So, but they didn't mess up. That's all we can say. They didn't mess up. So, I don't know who the Giants are taking now, or the Cowboys now. I mean, I don't know what direction they're heading here. I don't know if they're probably going offensive line here, but
Cowboys pick his head.
I have no idea what they're doing here. I mean, they could go Parsons too. To be completely honest, they could go Parsons.
Yeah, it's a Jerry Jones, or they could go Rashawn Slater. Tyron Smith ain't getting any younger, and that offensive line has fallen quite far since their heydays.
I mean, if they take Parsons, I'll be ecstatic. To be quite honest, if they take Parsons,
that smells like a Jerry pick.
Oh yeah, 100%. Because they don't really need him, to be honest. Like Jalen Smith is great, Leighton Vander Esch is good, Randy Gregory and DeMarcus Lawrence off the edge. Like, I mean, Micah Parsons doesn't really feel a need, so I don't really feel that bad if they take Parsons. If they take Slater, obviously, that's gonna be a great pick for them because they definitely need him. But I think it's one of those two guys. Maybe potentially Elijah Vera Tucker as well could go early here. I like him as well. There's a lot of ways they could go with this. This is kind of where you take BPA at this point. Or they could finally realize that Dak isn't really that good, and they could just take Mac Jones. But
all right, Dallas Cowboys at 12. Now wait, we'll talk about Justin Fields after this. I want to get more into him after Goodell announces this pick.
To support resources for those that need it. Canadian O'Brien, an Army veteran from Dallas, struggled with anxiety and depression after returning from Iraq. She turned her struggle into triumph and is now a licensed social worker who provides mental health counseling. Canadian, we thank you for your service and all you do to continue to help others during this challenging time. Please do us the honor of making the Cowboys day.
Love that Goodell's letting the fans announce the picks.
wow,
Micah Parsons, Jerry Jones with a vintage Jerry Jones characteristic pick there. I am not a fat hack. I'm not sure Micah Parsons is even the best linebacker in this class. David Collins. Bill Carroll says he thinks David Collins is the best linebacker in this class. Who do you think is the best linebacker in this class, Andrew?
Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is the best linebacker in this draft.
Yeah, Notre Dame bias. What do you think?
Hey, not a Notre Dame, but I mean, watch the dude play. He goes sideline to sideline like crazy.
Yeah, he's an athletic freak, but the character red flags, man. I heard the Broncos were at least one team that had him off their board. to my knowledge.
I want to figure out what character, concerns they're talking about with him, because there certainly isn't any. But-
What? Of course there are. Hey, the hazing incident, he was named, and there's a story that he like had a knife fight in his high school cafeteria.
There's a knife fight in his cafeteria. But okay, you're talking about hazing. I want you to. Hazing happens everywhere. Hazing to me, okay. And a knife fight, sure, maybe it is high school. But nobody's bringing up Mac Jones's legitimate red flags. At least he's not going out here getting DUIs and stuff. But I personally think that I like this pick for the Cowboys sense, because I think they messed it up, and that's a win for me. But that's a win for me.
Yeah, I think even Ben Solak just said the Eagles pick is now fine after after this pick. So that tells you
my God.
what you need to know.
And now I think the slide for Rashad Slater ends with the Chargers. You got to protect Justin Herbert.
Yeah, I'm
Slater's
surprised.
the guy.
They should have had this pick
Slater.
they should have had this pick in 30 seconds in. This is a
Chargers?
no-brainer here.
I mean, we thought, actually, I had my final mock that the Chargers trading up for Sewell, actually. So for them to be able to sit at 13 and have Slater fall to them should make this feel like Christmas morning. The Chargers, they've obviously invested a lot in the offensive line. They went out and they got Matt Filer from Pittsburgh. They, of course, got Corey Linsley at center, and they still have Brian Bulaga at right tackle. Really, the only piece they have to figure out is left tackle. You draft Slater, you slide him right there at left tackle, and boom, the Chargers are well on their way. Justin Herbert can feel he can have good dreams at night, instead knowing that he'll be at least a little better protected against all those defensive ends in the AFC West.
And you have to try Slater out at tackle first, don't you? And if he fails there, kick him into guard, and he could succeed. Do you think that's the route the Chargers should take with him?
Yeah, I mean, personally, I think,
absolutely. Yeah,
no, go ahead, Bill. You're good.
Yeah, I was gonna say absolutely. Yeah, sorry, man. Yeah, I'm just saying, absolutely, you play him at left tackle. I mean, they had Sam Tevye there as their. I mean, I don't think he's there anymore, but
no, their line.
They really don't have much. I'm just double checking real quick. Or Trey Pickens, excuse me. Yeah, Trey Pickens right now is slotted at left tackle. He's not ready to be an NFL left tackle. I like the kid. I liked him at the Senior Bowl, but he's not ready to be a left tackle yet. So get Slater in there, and it's like the old South Park episode. Step 1, put Slater at left tackle. Step 2, step 3, profit.
Yeah, I mean, Slater and Bulaga, that'll be a decent bookend. I mean, Corey Lindsey, obviously, that best, in my opinion, probably the best center in the NFL. So, I mean, the guard spots will be a little bit questionable, okay? But, I mean, this will be a slam dunk pick, and hey, who knows? I mean, they could go Vera Tucker here if they feel that.
Slater and Vera Tucker are probably the next two picks. Whoever which one of those two the Chargers do not pick is going to be the Vikings pick at 14.
Yeah, I mean, both are going to fill tremendous needs. I actually, in my initial mock, I actually had Darisaw going here because I had I had Slater going a little bit earlier, and then I had Vera Tucker going the next pick with Minnesota. But I think it's one of those two guys here. I don't know what is taking them so long to make this selection, because it seems like a very obvious no-brainer. But we are not NFL GMs, so maybe they know something we don't. But I feel like if you're Justin Herbert, you've been like, hey guys, like what's taking so long? Get me my protection, because we saw what this kid could do last year. And I mean, imagine him with adequate protection, like.
Whoa, man! Yes,
yeah.
And they don't need to reach for a wide receiver here. Herbert elevated the receivers play last year, which is why I'm so high on him long term. And it's nights like these where I'm happy that I'm a fan of two football teams equally, and one of them got the quarterback I wanted Belichick to not get.
Yeah.
I had low expectations tonight. The Bears made it, and the Broncos could have done a lot worse than Patrick Surtain at 9. Do you think so?
No, yeah, I mean they could have done a lot worse, but they could have also done a lot better. But
They could
I
have done
like
a lot
it.
better with Fields, but at least the Bears got him. I wanted one of my two teams to get him.
Pick is
Yeah.
in finally, so I mean, if it's not Slater, then I think it's a bad pick. But yeah, I mean like you said, the Chargers don't need to reach for a wide receiver because they literally have a wide receiver in their backfield to go along with Keenan Allen and Mike Williams. I think they have Jalen Guyton still. And Austin Eckler is literally a wide receiver out of the backfield. So they have the weapons are there. They probably need to address tight end in round 2 because Hunter Henry left.
If the Jaguars pass over Pat Fryermuth and take Caleb Barley with their first of 2 second-round picks, Pat Fryermuth should be in play for the Chargers.
Oh, 100%. So I think that that's a play there, but this just seems like a literal no-brainer.
And let's go back to Justin Fields. He and Trevor Lawrence grew up 20 miles from each other in northern Georgia, and he's always been in Trevor Lawrence's shadow. He was like the number 2 recruit, only behind Trevor Lawrence in the entire country coming out of high school, and how their NFL careers go could be the long-term story of this draft. Like, I'm mostly bullish on Trevor Lawrence, but if Justin Fields can match him pound for pound and win a Super Bowl with and win a Super Bowl, and Trevor Lawrence doesn't, that is going to be the main long-term storyline of this draft. Forgive me.
I don't know what sounds more far-fetched: Bears in Super Bowl or Jaguars in Super Bowl. Like they both seem.
We're not talking about the Patriots.
Patriots, yeah, oof. Yeah.
Yeah, Chargers. Yeah, Rashad Slater here. They need a tackle, and if they see Rashad Slater as a tackle, he's a much safer bet to succeed tackle because Elijah Vera Tucker has shorter arms than Rashad Slater. Slater's are longer than 33. Vera Tucker's are just slightly above 32.
Yeah, Vera Tucker is 100% going to be a guard in the NFL. That I feel like that because that's what he played the most at USC, and that's what he excelled at. So I think it makes the most sense here. I'm not sure what's taking so long to announce the selection.
That's why I said Vera Tucker would fit so well in Minnesota because you can put him in one of those guard spots and you could kick Ezra Cleveland over to left tackle or Brian O'Neill if they want to go that route. But I think it's going to be Cleveland.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. I mean, that just makes the most sense. And I mean, I feel like Vera Tucker's been a no-brainer in that 14 spot for a decent amount too.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I could see Edge in that spot too, them getting somebody opposite Danielle Hunter. But
yeah, it's got to be Slater. Again, I think Slater. One of the biggest things on him too was, I mean, he was one of those opt-out guys. So, obviously, there's anytime and the opt-out guys, they're like, okay, did you put in the work? Whatever. So, I mean, I feel like that's again, like I mentioned earlier, that's one of the small things that people are going to be thinking about, but.
Yep, as Daniel Jeremiah agrees with our assessment that he's a better football expert than all of us. He says it has to be Rashad Slater.
Yeah, I mean it's literally a no-brainer. Yeah. And I'm not sure why it's again. There we go.
Yep. Go, you Northwestern, fight for victory. Evansville, Illinois is so proud of you, Rashad Slater, going to the Chargers to protect the blind side of rising star Justin Herbert. And Rashad Slater, his father, Reggie, was a journeyman athlete in the NBA, and he, I think, it makes at that basketball, his father, can't you see like any basketball influence in his feet and athleticism?
Yeah, I mean, definitely feels like he comes from, he definitely comes from an athletic background. I mean, you can tell. I mean, And his footwork was probably one of his biggest, like, things that people were applauding. And when you have a basketball dad, I mean, it's going to be kind of, obvious to see that. I mean, his dad's huge as well. I mean, it is a match made in heaven. And I know Coach Fitzgerald's happy for his guy. So I just think it's a good pick. And I think they were a little bit worried that they were going to have to trade up for him. So the fact that they didn't have to trade out for him and they got him at pick 13, I think that's a home run.
Absolutely. This is kind of the dream scenario, I think, for the Chargers. I'm already starting to see people like, oh, this is what the Bengals should have did. Well, they just better hope there's somebody there in round 2, because we talked about.
As I expected, Kyle Shanahan said that Trey Lance was the guy all along from the time they made the trade on March 26th. That I think that's the truth. They knew the Falcons wanted him, and they jumped the Falcons to get him. That
Trey
confirms
Lance,
my
no
thought.
matter what.
That's insane.
Trey Lance, no matter what. That's what it boils down to. So now the question really becomes, I think, does the offensive tackle run start soon? Do we start to see, Tevin Jenkins, Alex Leatherwoods, and all these guys? Do we start to see the run on these guys at some point?
I think we do. I think once we get back to, I think Colts are probably going to be a big suitor for an offensive tackle.
Yeah, absolutely. Raiders at 17.
I think Raiders are going to go defense.
Washington's possible at 19.
Washington, Washington's a good guy. Another spot as well. I mean, you could Tennessee maybe
Pittsburgh.
as well. Pittsburgh. I mean, there's Jets even. I mean, to
Baltimore.
Go
so yeah, we're this could be the, and again the question now is, Mac Jones, and it's great. Mac Jones could fall right to New England at 15.
I think he will, because he's not the selection here. So I mean,
we actually have a trade, my friends.
Ooh,
the Vikings have traded back. What?
Yep, the New York Jets.
Wow.
Are on the clock.
They wanted Vera Tucker. I think this is Elijah Vera Tucker. The Vikings were probably telegraphing Elijah Vera Tucker all the time. Like, we want him. I think the Jets wanted him more.
Wow. I thought if somebody was going to trade and probably try and steal Jones away from New England, but I mean, it's definitely not the
Who wants to trade up for Mac Jones?
Hey, I mean, get him away from Bill.
Wouldn't that be something?
And the people are tired of Bill Belichick, man, I tell you.
But yeah, this could be Vera Tucker here too. Absolutely.
Yeah, could be Vera Tucker. I mean, I initially had them going edge route here, so with their 23rd pick, I had them going Jalen Phillips. I mean, they could take. I mean, I don't think it'd be too early to start taking an edge rusher, but I don't know. I'm actually a little stumped on here. I don't know who they're going to take. This has been a pretty weird draft, to be honest.
As always.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was going to be a little bit more like kind of like cookie cutter, but I mean, I guess that's what I get for expecting it. I guess it's got started
to. Oh, here we are. Jets traded 23, 66, and 86 for 14 and 143.
Yeah, it looks like they traded both their thirds.
One of two, so 2/3. So they traded 2/3 to move up 9 spots, get back a 5th.
Not terrible.
Yeah, what was that again, Bill?
No, I'm sorry. That's 143 is actually the back end of round 4. It was the Vikings comp pick.
The Jets gave up 66 to the Vikings.
66 and 86.
Yep.
So they gave up both of their third rounders.
And the pick is in. That's going to be.
It has to be. It's Elijah Vera Tucker. Got to protect Zach Wilson.
It's got to be Vera Tucker. It's the only thing that makes sense. And we've seen with these. We've been able to hit it on the head with these trades on what the picks are. So again, this is the only one that makes sense. So, and the Patriots are really about to get Mac Jones.
They might not even take him. Better to take him in the second round, in my opinion.
I feel like New England's probably going to trade back. We know how Bill loves to trade back. Yeah, this has got to be Vera Tucker here. So, like I said, it has potential to be an edge rusher, but I don't think it's going to be.
Dear Road Riders, charging extra for safety is where we part ways. See, right? Standard Toyota safety sets, which includes security proofing, pre-collision system. You may charge thousands more for similar features, but on the high road, no one pays extra for peace of mind. Yours, Highlander.
Now you can get $1,750 customer cash on a spacious new 2021 Highlander. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's do business.
As the philanthropic centerpiece of the NFL Draft, Draftathon raises awareness for key issues at the intersection of pandemic recovery and our hardest hit communities.
So yeah, not a bad haul at all here for the Vikings. I mean, they pick up.
Yes, this
They-
is what George Payton wanted to do, but they apparently had a super high grade on Patrick Surtain, and he saw like Patrick Surtain as the example of what I want the franchise I'm now in charge of to look like, and making that first pick. So that's why the Broncos were so high on Surtain.
And totally understandable, So I definitely like that pick. I'm really excited to see how how those corners work out. But yeah, I like the haul the Vikings got. I mean, they pick up 2 picks in the third. So now I think they have 3 picks in the third round, and they still have 3 picks in the fourth round. So they're going to be busy in the middle of this draft, And we probably should have expected, well, maybe not should have, but there was definitely the possibility that the Vikings were a trade back candidate.
Oh, they always are with, like I said, the reason why George Payton, he was with the Vikings before he joined the Broncos, and he comes from that school of accumulating more capital, and that's why you can see the Broncos trade back tomorrow, and the Vikings even trade back tomorrow too.
Well, and not only that, but don't forget the Vikings didn't even have a second-round pick coming into
because
this draft
of the Yannick deal, which blew up in their faces. Great way
now, of course, they didn't. Now, of course, they didn't get a second-round pick, but like I said, now they have 3 picks in the third. So, and one of them now is the second pick of the third. So that's almost like, pretty close to round 2. So they could certainly move back into round 2 if they want to, because now they have 66. 78 and 86. Oh, and 90. I'm sorry. So they have 4 picks now in the third round.
4 picks. Yeah, they had 2/3 coming into today. We got 4/3. They don't have a second.
Yeah, they could definitely move up into the second.
Go.
The Minnesota Vikings have traded the 14th pick to the New York Jets. With the 14th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select
Elijah Vera Tucker. This was the part of the dream haul I had for the Jets. If they went Zach Wilson, they had to get Elijah Vera Tucker protected. They got it. And he's not Quentin Nelson, but do you think he is a perennial Pro Bowl or All-Pro type guard in the NFL?
Yeah, I mean, definitely not Quentin Nelson, because Quentin Nelson's a freak. But I think he can be a very good offensive guard. I think definitely a Pro Bowl type of player. I think it's very good selection for them. Give Zach Wilson some protection, and that left side of that line is going to be insane. So,
and get this. Daniel Jeremiah. He knew what the league was thinking, and he has good eyes. The first 14 picks were all the top 14 players on his board.
Huh. I bet you Mac Jones is up there too, and I think Mac Jones is going to end up going.
Mac Jones is number 32.
Oh wow.
Yeah, DJ was not high on Mac Jones.
He's going next though. calling it right now, guys.
Rappaport is say look for the Raiders to consider him. Derek Carr is coming out of contract in a couple years, and but I'd be shocked. Washington could be the spot for him.
I mean, did you see how like
or Pittsburgh? Keep in mind Pittsburgh or the Saints. The Saints.
Nah, I mean he's
Patriots have turned their pick, and if it isn't Mac Jones, who is it?
if it's not Mac Jones,
Zaven Collins. He's
yeah,
Collins. Zaven Collins.
Owusu-Koramoah. It could be any of those guys.
Yeah. Bill Belichick likes versatile chess pieces on his defense. Owusu-Koramoah would make a lot of sense here. As Daniel Jeremiah has him as his 15th ranked prospect.
Could be Darisaw. I mean, there's plenty of options, but I think it's going to be Mac Jones because, I mean, Cam Newton looked pretty bad in that offense last year. I mean, the whole offense was bad, so I mean, you can take it for what it is. But, and again, this is going to be another situation where Jones doesn't have to play next year. He could sit and learn and let Cam Newton take the offense. And if Cam completely bombs, then you switch it over to Jones. I mean, I feel like that's what they're gonna do, and I mean Bill Belichick obviously knows what he's doing. So,
all right. Yeah, it's definitely under consideration. But Owusu-Koramoah or Zaven Collins getting Dante Hightower's getting a little long in the tooth. Got to have that man in the middle of his defense to patrol thing. Go. Lots of fans announcing picks tonight. I like what Goodell and the NFL are doing by allowing the fans to announce picks tonight. Having healthcare heroes in particular or frontline workers announce the picks. Knowledge that we're still not out of the woods with this pandemic yet, even though we made a lot of progress to make everybody aware. Very good idea by the NFL here, and even in a post-pandemic world, I think they should let fans make more picks on night one. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I mean, it was definitely, I mean, they've always, I think, had, former fans and players announce former players and fans announce second, third, fourth round or whatever when pretty much nobody's watching. But having it in the first.
With the 15th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the six-time world champion New England Patriots select
Mac Jones.
Michael,
Yep, called it, man. I knew it.
McCorkle. The Mac is short for McCorkle. Did you know that, Andrew?
I did not, but I mean, he looks like a dork, so I mean that makes sense.
Yeah, Mac Jones. Tua Tagovailoa said he was like a more nimble Tom Brady. Do you think Bill Belichick kind of sees him that way?
I don't think he's anything like Tom Brady, so I mean that's not. But I don't know. I think it's a good situation to sit behind
Cam for a year, yes.
Cam for a year
with the weaponry you got with Jonnu Smith and
Hunter Henry.
Hunter Henry.
That's all I have though.
But you can continue to. You got a guy in a rookie deal. You can learn more receivers to town with him, and but he is kind of like that. More of that throwback quarterback, which and his inability to create outside of structure is what alarms many people about him.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really think he's going to be. I don't know. The jury's going to be out on him. I think next year, but because again, man, I don't know what to say about this pick. I think it's definitely a Belichick pick. And I think if this is honestly the first time he's probably, I mean, it is the first time he's taken a quarterback in the first round because he's had Tom his entire time. But he looks like he'd be a Belichick guy.
Yes, and he has he's played for he's about to play for his third notable head coach. His coach in high school in Florida was Corky Rogers, who's one of the most decorated high school coaches in the state, and he obviously played for Nick Saban, the best college football coach of all time in Alabama. And now he gets to go to Bill Belichick. I think that these elite level coaches are adhered to because he's coachable and works hard and does the little things right, like keep the train running on time, throw accurate balls, and get the base grades. He's not flashy. I'm not sure he'll be worth this pick, but in terms of basic competence, he's kind of like he's kind of similar to a Teddy Bridgewater, Alex Smith type. Wouldn't you say so? He might have a better deep ball than those guys, but same basic class.
Yeah, I've always thought Mac Jones just felt like the perfect Patriots quarterback for one reason or another. I'm just a little surprised that they didn't even have to move up at all for him. I mean, the bottom line now
I'm not.
the two teams have now traded future first round picks to get their quarterbacks, and the Patriots were able to sit at 15 and not have to give up any capital. So I mean, take that for what it's worth.
And speaking of, Cardinals pick is in, so they got their pick in actually pretty decently. I think they're probably going to end up going. I don't know, because I had them taking Micah Parsons here, I think. So
Caleb Farley?
No, there's no way Farley goes this early. No way. He's sliding out of the first round.
Yeah, now the Arizona Cardinals on the clock at 16. Word has it that they really, really, really loved Zaven Collins from Tulsa. Do you think he would be a good pick here?
I think he would. I had them taking Parsons. Parsons is obviously gone. Thank goodness, Cowboys. But Zaven Collins would be a fantastic selection here. Could also go Owusu Koromoa. And personally, I think we're going to go back-to-back linebacker here with Cardinals and the Raiders. I think we're going to go back-to-back linebackers. But I think Zaven Collins probably fits a little bit better with the Cardinals because he'll fill a specific need, whereas I think Owusu Koromoa fits better with the Raiders because the Raiders need help everywhere and he can play everywhere. But, I mean, the Cardinals are trending up. And I mean, they just got JJ Watt somehow. I don't know how they lured him to Arizona, but I think plug him in there with Jordan Hicks, and I think that's a pretty good linebacker duo in the middle.
And Zaven Collins, he beefed up to 270 pounds. Some people think he could be an edge in the NFL. Do you think he could play edge in the NFL, or better to keep him off ball in the middle of the field?
I think he could. I think with Chandler Jones and Marcus Golden both on the outside, I think he'd probably be better off to start inside. But, I mean, at 270, you're probably looking at being an edge rusher because, I mean, if you're all muscle at 270, you're crazy.
Here we go. Zaven Collins. Now, when I look at Zaven Collins, this dude is the ultimate playmaker, and he is from the Tulsa Golden Hurricane. And when is the last time you've seen a Tulsa Golden Hurricane guy get drafted this high? Same with the Northwestern guy this high, and Rashad Slater. Pretty long ago. So 2 schools on the board in the first round for the first time in a long time. But back to Zaven Collins. This dude is the ultimate playmaker. Just look at what he did last year alone at Tulsa. He hang on, sorry, I'm getting my notes here. He had 2 pick sixes last season, including a game-winning 96-yard in overtime against Tulane, along with 2 other interceptions, a safety, and a forced fumble. He was a quarterback at safety in high school and was the Brock Nagurski Trophy Award winner last year. And Zaven Collins, so you think he's better off ball, but they already drafted Isaiah Simmons last year. What does this do for Isaiah Simmons? Do they move Isaiah Simmons to safety?
Yeah, actually, I was going to kind of mention that. I think they move Isaiah Simmons probably to nickel, put him at nickel corner, and because I mean Simmons can play everywhere as well. I think you can put him you can put him at nickel, and I mean I think he'd be great over there too. I mean, there's that Cardinals defense is pretty dang good on paper.
Yeah, I think this is pretty much. It sounds like this is basically the new Hassan Reddick for the Arizona Cardinals.
Yes, you can line him up at edge occasionally, but make sure he's off ball in coverage most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, I like him as cover. I mean, like it's gonna depend on how his speed holds up in the NFL. But yeah, for me, that's what it's gonna depend on.
Yes. And interesting tidbit from Adam Schefter here. Mac Jones is the 11th player Bill Belichick has drafted that played under Nick Saban in college. And that is just adds to the record for most players taken by a pro college coach combo in the common draft era. Everybody knew Mac Jones was a Belichick quarterback, and he proved us right tonight.
So I think Raiders. I think they're going to Owusu Koromoa here, Crom. I think this is where my guy goes.
Yeah, Owusu Koromoa, or a curveball here would be Tevin Jenkins, the tackle from Oklahoma State. Gruden likes to run the ball, nasty, butt whooping tackle. Would be ideal in a run first scheme, but. Owusu Koromoa makes the most sense here, but they could also use edge help. We haven't seen edges fight board yet. They could get Quiddy Pay to go line up across from Max Crosby or Jalen Phillips. But I have a feeling that the Vikings traded all the way back because they're confident Jalen Phillips will fall to where they are. Because Peter King reported they love Jalen Phillips and they were willing to trade back because they think they could get him at 23, where they trade back to with the Jets.
Yeah, I mean, I just think, I mean, Clelin Ferrell didn't really turn out to be as good as he was supposed to be.
You could have had Devin White or Josh Allen. What were you thinking then?
Yeah, but I mean, I look at Corey Littleton did not turn out as well when they picked him up from the Rams, and I think Koromoa fits that. I mean, he was extremely excellent in coverage. He's literally, he's obviously the best coverage corner or coverage linebacker in the draft this year. And he's quick, and I mean, he can fill in, he can play nickel, he can play outside backer. And I think that, I don't know, I think Gus Bradley's going to love having him on defense. So I think that's the pick here.
Owusu Koromoa makes most sense in terms of value here because you need more. The Raiders need a lot of speed and playmaking on the back end of that defense too, and he's higher on most boards. I see analyst boards than those edge players I mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, they could, like you said, they could go Tevin Jenkins here as well. I mean, that's a potential pick as well because I think they have Brandon Parker slated as their right tackle. So Jenkins obviously would not be that bad of a pick.
Okay, the 17th pick is in for the Raiders. Your boy, or don't sleep on Jamin Davis from Kentucky. He's been a fast riser up boards apparently, but if Eric Galco's right, he's not going tonight.
I didn't even think about taking safety here either. That'd be a good pick too. I mean, their defense just needs so much help.
Yeah, or
I mean, I've been
Christian Darrisaw.
Yeah. I mean, I've been mocking Koromoa here for like literally since I started doing mock drafts in like February. Like I think he just makes so much sense.
Here we go. Alex Leatherwood. Whoa, my God. This is, I don't hate Alex Leatherwood, but this is a little too early for him. Don't you think so?
Yeah, with Tevin Jenkins still left there.
Yeah, Christian Darrisaw still up there. What the hell is going on?
Wow.
This is the most head-scratching pick of the night, in my opinion, isn't it? So far?
Yeah, I would think so.
62. Dan Jeremiah had 62 on his board. What a reach.
It's funny. I tweeted earlier this morning. I asked, what's going to be like the WTF pick of the draft? And Shane Hallam replied to me, and he said, whoever the Raiders pick. And so I just quote tweeted that, and I said, does that count?
Yeah, that definitely counts. Oh my goodness, man. Like, I get it. Like, Alabama offensive lineman. Like, I get it, but like, come on, man.
Typical Raiders. Always, this is everyone gave him flack for picking Damon Arnett number 19 last year, and now Twitter is exploding with with this pick. I mean, Christian Darrisaw is about to fall into like Washington's
lap, or the Giants, maybe, or the Colts.
Dolphins are right on the clock here. It's perfect sense for them right here.
Darrisaw, absolutely great value. Got your web picks with Bell. Darrisaw has to be your tackle here. But but here's what makes Alex Leatherwood says, as I'm exchanging DMs with a friend here. There is a lot of love for a big, versatile, and athletic offensive tackle. And Alex Leatherwood, he is versatile. He played guard for an entire season at Alabama, and he had to fill in for Jonah Williams in that championship game, and he did so admirably. And this is maybe a little too early for him, but he's a pretty high floor guy when you think about it. And do you think he has the athleticism to succeed in the NFL?
Yeah, I mean, there's no question about the athleticism and everything that he can succeed in the NFL. It's the fact that he was taking over two guys that I think are a little bit more than slightly better.
Christian Darrisaw and Tevin Jenkins.
I just
better choice, but the versatility that he brings, and Mayock likes those the Bama Clemson pipeline a lot. He likes those high character guys. This is like another Cleveland Farrell type pick, but at a better price.
Ooh, Dolphins got their picking quick too. It's gotta be Darrisaw at this point.
ESPN's draft predictor says there was a 60% chance that Leatherwood would have been available at pick 46.
Ooh, yeah, oh yeah.
Dolphins pick is it's either tackle or edge here. If you go edge, who do you take? Kwity Paye, Jalen Phillips, or Gregory Rousseau? Or
I like Phillips the most out of the
but the Vikings were probably confident they would be able to get him back there. So
It's not a big gap, I think, between either of those three guys. I also like and I'm gonna butcher his name. I think it's Azeez Ojulari. I like him.
He's falling because of a knee issue.
Yeah, I like him as well. It'd be a little bit high to take him.
Jalen Phillips.
All right. Good pick.
I really like this pick. Now, Jalen Phillips, this is a kid that comes with a lot of risk, to be sure. He suffered 3 concussions in college and was advised to retire by the UCLA medical staff. And he has a big passion for music. His grandfather, I believe, was the musical director at UCLA, director of the music program there, and that's why he went to UCLA. To start off college, and he took a little sabbatical after the docs at UCLA gave him that advice, but eventually decided, hey, I want to get back into football. And last year he put on a show at Miami, and now he's the first edge off the board. The Dolphins, for the second year in a row, they take a risk out of character with troubling medicals. Tua last year, and now Jalen Phillips. They must be really confident in those medicals, though.
Oh yeah, I mean for them to take him as the first edge rusher, I mean they had to have done some type of research into looking as to how serious his pre-existing conditions were going to be. And I mean, obviously they don't have an issue with it. And I mean, it's a great pick. I mean, he was so dominant last year. I mean, it was really like just good to watch. I mean, just how dominant he was against pretty good competition.
And
Yeah,
now, and now with Washington on the board, they a player I've heard them linked to. Darisaw was one. He's a local kid, but another local in terms of he is from the DMV, Virginia, but another player they reportedly like is Trayvon Merrick here. Would you be upset with Trayvon Merrick if you were a Washington football team fan?
No, I mean, he's because if you're going to keep Landon Collins in the box, I think you can certainly keep, you could put Merrick out there deep as the deep safety. I mean, I think another player that we probably can that I think would fit really nice here too would be JOK. JOK, but behind that defensive front, the way he can just move around the field, I think he would look really good in Washington. So if I'm sitting in Washington, those are probably my top two players right now would probably be either Darisaw or JOK.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I definitely agree because they need help at nickel, and I think JOK fits that perfectly because I mean, like we said earlier, he's a fantastic coverage guy. I just didn't expect him, and I did not expect Darisaw to slide this far. Mm-hmm. So I mean, they have their pick of two of the top guys left in this draft, and two guys that were definitely should have been probably top 15 picks. So, I mean, they can't really screw it up unless they don't go with either of these two. I don't really think I like Merrick here. I still think it's a little bit too early because I mean, Cameron Curl was pretty good last year. So I mean, I don't really think they need somebody to go along Collins at least yet. But yeah, I think JOK fits the spot perfectly. So I think either him or Darisaw, and I mean Darisaw probably is going next pick if he doesn't get picked, with Washington. So he's probably going to be playing for the Giants, which would be a huge step up, which would be a huge pickup for them.
Yes, and outside of Darisaw and Merrick, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah makes perfect sense here. You got your defensive line, best football. You loaded up at corner with William Jackson III, although Greg Newsome could be another good pick here. But Cole Thompson, when he was on my podcast to preview the NFC East, he said Owusu-Koramoah in Washington's the perfect fit.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, like I thought he was going to go to Las Vegas, but
yeah.
They clearly butchered that. They just put their pick in, and I think it makes the most sense. But we'll see. I mean, hey, Eagles fans have already had some pretty good luck with Cowboys screwing up, so maybe Washington will as well. So. Maybe they'll take Kyle Trask here or something. That'd be great. But I mean, yeah, it could potentially be Jamin Davis here as well. So
yeah, Jamin Davis would have a lot of speed to that second level too.
Yeah, that's another guy.
Washington quietly has a nice linebacking core, specifically Cole Holcomb, who really came on strong in 2020. Now, you're probably entering the final year of John Bostic, so you probably need someone in the middle there. So, and I just saw on Twitter, Joe Marino, it was retweeted him answering a question from someone about like best fit for Washington. He mentioned Jamin Davis as well. So really both of these linebackers too, I think behind that Washington front line, I think could fit really well here.
Absolutely. I'm thinking either tackle or linebacker here.
Yeah, definitely tackle unless Washington's higher on Jerron Christian and Cornelius Lucas than we believe they are. So
Yeah.
that's the big question.
you go.
Yeah.
You got Eric Flowers there now at left guard after that
There you go.
trade. So
NFL draft. The Washington football team selects Jamin Davis.
There we go.
there you go, Jamin Davis.
So much for Eric Alco thinking he would fall. That pro day did him a favor. He rose up boards, as we all believed, and Jamin Davis from the University of Kentucky. And the University of Kentucky has delivered some nice linebackers to the NFL in recent years. Wesley Woodyard and Danny Trevathan, my Broncos fandom, showing there. But is Jamin Davis the best of those three as in terms of a prospect?
Yeah, I think in terms of like being a prospect, absolutely. Because I mean, there was a huge. I mean, he's been touted for a while as to being like a top pick, and I mean, I think that's a solid pick. I'm actually a little worried now because I mean that's a scary front seven.
Mm-hmm.
That is a scary front seven that they just put together.
Yes, it is.
Because I mean, they're starting linebackers. I mean, they're probably going to put Davis on the outside, probably going to put him next to Bostic, have Cole Holcomb on the other side. Like, man, that's scary.
I think what we also
Redskins
didn't
going
mention.
all in. The Redskins. What did I say? They're no longer that racist word. What did I say? Should I go put a dunce cap on myself?
There was actually a bet on FanDuel of Roger Goodell slipping up and saying that. So
I'm glad to screw up for you, Roger. Well,
I will say this though too about
okay.
Jamin Davis real quick. I think the one thing we also really didn't mention that probably played a big factor here is Jamin Davis's military background.
Oh yeah,
mm.
and Rivera likes guys who are disciplined.
Exactly.
Type
And
players.
Rivera has the military background, so I'm sure that played a big factor in this pick.
And now the New York Giants, after trading down, so the Bears could steal Justin Fields for the Patriots. Thank you once again, Dave Gettleman, for breaking tradition. What should they do? Should it be Kwity Paye or an edge here? Can they get a new tackle? Because Nate Solder, he only has one more year left.
Yeah, I mean, I think Darrisaw makes a lot of sense here.
But they may be high on Matt Pert.
Yeah. I think if I had the choice between Matt Pert and Christian Darrisaw, I'm taking Darrisaw 10 out of 10 times. So I mean that makes sense here. We could potentially see the second tier of wide receivers start here as well, and that would not surprise me in the slightest either. Potentially, I don't know who they start with, but I could see the receivers start rolling off here. I could see probably Bateman would be a name here as well that I would go with.
They could easily use another weapon for Steely Dan, as I like to call him, who's facing a make or break season this year.
Just get him some better cleats so he doesn't trip when he's running 80 yards.
Damn straight.
But yeah, no, I mean they could pretty much do a number of things here. They could potentially go Greg Newsome. They could go offensive tackle.
Greg Newsome would make great sense. They've secretly built a promising young secondary, and it never hurts to add another corner body there.
Oh yeah, I mean with Bradbury and Adoree Jackson, I mean they still do need a nickel corner, so I mean that's something that they could fill right there. Edge rusher could make a whole lot of sense here too. So I mean they have a lot of things they could do right now. It's kind of hard to screw this pick up, to be honest. And Gettleman's a good GM, so I think he's going to make the right call here. Because I mean, their offense was just so bad. Like, I think they just flashed a graphic up. I mean, they were next to last in points per game.
I'm looking at it now too. You're right.
Oh yeah, yards per game.
Second to last in yards per game. Second to last in points per game. Tied for last in receiving touchdowns. I mean, O-line last in pass block win rate based on that ESPN stat that they have.
Yeah, so I mean, I definitely actually probably now seeing that, like, I could definitely see the need for grabbing Rashad Bateman here.
Bateman would be interesting in this offense. Elijah Moore would be interesting. I mean, I've just said in general, I think the Giants need to at least grab some receiver. That's why I mocked them Devontae Smith in my final mock, because they have to figure out this year if Daniel Jones is the guy. Like this is
100%.
the make or break year. That's obviously one reason they went out and they get paid $18 million a year to Kenny Galladay, because you've got to get, no disrespect to Sterling Shepard and Darius Slayton, but they needed a bit of an uptick in that grouping. And Galladay definitely gives them that. And if they get a receiver here, I mean, Elijah Moore would certainly look pretty nice here. Absolutely. And now, of course, the Giants certainly are in control. If they aren't sold on, if say things do fall apart with Daniel Jones, well, now they have 2 first-round picks next year, so they're in control.
I know you mentioned Elijah Moore, but I also kind of like another Moore here.
Rondale.
Yes, sir. I think Rondale Moore would be another good pick here too.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of. That's why we talked about. This class is so good at the wide receiver position. I mean, day 3, you're even going to see guys like Jalen Darden go off the board. Jalen Darden was one of the best receivers in college.
Yep.
What, like he was up there in terms of like
Jalen Darden from North Texas.
Right. Yeah. I mean, he was, high up there in terms of like receiving yards or touchdowns, I think. And he's probably going to be like a day 3 pick. So, I mean, that just kind of shows,
Amon-Ra St. Brown as well.
On day 3, they're going to get better value later for wide receiver. I would go offensive line or edge here.
Yeah.
Well, the Giants pick is in.
I mean, Amon-Ra St. Brown would be another good one too.
Not in the first round. Not in the first round.
Oh, we forgot about Kadarius Toney too. I think he might be he could go here too.
I've heard that he's more likely going the second round.
Yeah. Man. Yeah, I still like Bateman here.
With the 20th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Kadarius Toney.
Oh, what a prophet you are, Weidman. Did you call that?
I didn't think they were going to, but jeez, almighty! I thought for sure it was going to be Bateman.
Yes, and Kadarius Toney, he strikes me as too gadgety of a player right now. He wasn't even listed as a wide receiver on the Florida depth chart. He was only listed as a quote athlete, but the versatility is why I believe the Giants took him. He was a Paul Hornung Award finalist last year, which is the honor awarded to college football's most versatile performer. He was a quarterback in high school, a Wildcat quarterback, I believe, and these new offensive toys, like if you think Percy Harvin coming out of Florida, Kadarius Toney could be his brother from another mother, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the more that I look at it now, it kind of makes sense because I feel like Bateman was more suited to be that straight line runner, solid number 1 receiver, maybe number 2 receiver. Giants don't really need that because they have Kenny Galladay. They also have Darius Slayton, who's a pretty decent number 2 receiver. So a guy like Kadarius Toney can kind of be that slot receiver because they went out and got John Ross, but John Ross is John Ross. But so, I mean, they definitely had a need for slot receiver. So I see the pick, and it makes a whole lot of sense now the more that I think about it.
Yeah, I agree. This,
absolutely.
Like you guys said, he's basically an athlete. You can kind of move him around the field. I think having Kenny Galladay gives them this kind of flexibility to make this kind of pick. So now you can kind of mix and match. And you mentioned Darius Slayton. You could still kind of move him around. And, of course, Evan Ingram still there as well. So this just kind of feels, I don't want to say like a luxury pick, but
No, it is.
you kind of kind of get what I'm talking about with
it is
the fit
100%.
now with Tony here with the Giants.
Yeah, it's definitely a luxury pick. I mean, this makes me even a little bit more upset that Eagles weren't able to get a top corner because that's gonna be a little rough. But
Yeah, and now the Colts. I think this is where Christian Darrisaw's slide stops.
man, yeah, if this is a literal no brainer.
Yeah,
once
this
again.
is a
Turn
dream scenario.
the selection in. Get Carson Wentz's left tackle. Come on.
Oh,
Yeah,
we
this
got our new guested, Mr. Zach Bellman. Zach Bellman, welcome to the program. Zach, Andrew and I's former colleague from FirstStopFantasy.com. How you doing, Zach?
I'm doing excellent. Thanks for having me, David, and nice to see you guys all. And Billy, nice to meet you.
Likewise, Zach.
Yeah. How do you guys think the draft's going so far? I've been watching the broadcast for most of the night, but
the Bears. Keep in mind, I'm a Bears fan almost as much as a Broncos fan. They saved my night by taking Justin Fields. I wanted Fields to go to either one of those teams. They rested tonight. And the Broncos, I wasn't a big fan of taking Rashawn Slater top 10. Patrick Surtain, I think, was a much better pick of the top 10 than Rashawn Slater because Slater, many believe that his best potential is inside at guard, and those picks are much better where the Chargers were able to get Rashawn Slater. I hope he succeeds at tackle, and I believe he can succeed at tackle, but the tackle, this tackle that last the corner had Surtain. It was a much better pick if the Broncos were going to go Fields. And the Broncos, like many other teams, did not take Fields because of the epilepsy. That's why he fell as far as he did. And apparently, the Bears and Patriots were the teams that wanted him the most. More than any other team. The rest of the NFL flagged him for that epilepsy, apparently.
definitely, yeah, that's certainly a possibility. And you mentioned the Slater pick. I actually love that pick. Like, I think that fits specifically with the Chargers. And, learning from two former Packers on that offensive line, Brian Bulaga and Corey Linsley, I think, he's got a great chance to succeed there. And, protecting Herbert, I think, the Chargers have done a great job of doing that, this offseason with their acquisitions.
Yes. And what do you think of Justin Fields fit with the Bears? How good does he make the Bears with his presence alone?
Well, I think like Andrew said, after the pick was made, I think, one quarterback does not a 53-man roster make, and I think there are certainly some more holes to fill for the Bears and some more things to figure out. Obviously, they got some offensive weapons there, and they got the defense sorted out mostly with Khalil Mack leading the charge there. But I think there are some holes that they need to address going forward because although I think he's certainly in the conversation, particularly if Rodgers ends up departing, although I don't think that's very likely, as one of the best quarterbacks in that division. I think that alone does not get the Bears over the hump necessarily of being a deep playoff contending team at this point.
Yeah, they got a lot to do, but I hope they trade Andy Dalton or Nick Foles or some. Heck, I would like them to trade Andy Dalton personally and get some because you got a surplus of quarterback now. Trade Dalton away or Foles away, maybe. But if you could get more for Dalton than you can for Foles, I'd absolutely trade Dalton before Foles, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I can't be doing my redheads like that. I mean, I feel bad for the guy because it's almost a running joke as someone who's been raised in the Chicagoland area and knows the Bears' struggles at quarterback over the last 20 years pretty well. To see them commit to these guys and then just pull the rug right out underneath them, like they've done with Glennon. And now Foles and Dalton. I mean, it's almost laughable, but they may have finally stumbled into the right decision, and I guess we'll see how it goes from here. But
yes, and before the Colts make their pick, do you think keep by the Broncos? I would have taken Fields, but the Broncos, obviously, like many other teams, fly for miracles. What did you think of their pick of Patrick Surtain, the second?
Oh, I love it. I mean, I thought it was really awesome to just see the legacies go back to back there. Horn and Surtain. And I think that's a great fit for what the Broncos are putting together defensively there. With their edge rushers having opportunistic defensive backs who can make plays on the back end.
This is what Fangio wants.
Absolutely. That's the other half of having a good pass defense is being able to have opportunistic defensive backs there.
Yeah. Well, what do you think the Colts should go here? Should they take Christian Darrisaw, who's arguably the best tackle on the board? They need a left tackle to replace Costanzo.
Yeah, I think that's a great pick. I'll bounce it to either of you guys if you guys want to chime in on that. But
yeah, I mean, Darrisaw seems like the guy that is going to be the pick here. Defense, they could go defense as well. Kind of need help on the edge, but I mean, Darrisaw seems like nobody knows Carson Wentz probably better than an Eagles fan, and as an Eagles fan, he needs to be protected in that pocket. So, I mean, they could go edge rusher here. They could go with, either one of the edge rushers that are left. But
here we go. Kwity Paye. They needed edge help. Keep that in mind. And Kwity Paye, this kid is one of the most inspiring stories in the entire NFL draft. And he was born in a refugee camp in Guyana, which is in Western Africa. And his mother fled Liberia, torn apart by war and violence. And he hasn't even met his father. His father still lives in Liberia. And he emigrated to the United States when he was just 6 months old to Rhode Island. And he was a stud on the football field, the 2016 Rhode Island Gatorade Player of the Year. And he was also a state track champion in the long jump. And what's unique about Kwity Paye is it's not necessarily you can line him. Michigan often played it inside, kick it inside with the DeForest Butler. You got a hell of a combo there.
Oh yeah, no, I mean it's a good pick, and it fills a need, for sure. But it just to me doesn't make a whole lot of sense when you know that you just gave up a lot for Carson Wentz, and his injury history, and you just had your left tackle retire. So to me, a better pick would have been obviously taking the left tackle, but I mean, getting help on the edge, getting that kind of hybrid guy that can play inside and outside on your defensive line. Can't really doubt that either. So I mean, it's a good pick either way, but I just think they should have went offensive tackle here.
Nate Taylor just tweeted something interesting too, and I think it's something we might have to at least consider because of them not taking an offensive tackle
for the Chiefs. The Chiefs beat writer Nate Taylor.
Mm-hmm. Saying that the Colts could be the landing spot for Eric Fisher if they don't take a tackle in the second round.
Gotcha.
Yes, and it kind of makes sense to part ways with Eric Fisher because you got Orlando Brown Jr. now playing on the left side, and Lucas Niang is very promising on the right side, and Mike Remmers, even though 2 bad Super Bowls, he's much safer at right tackle, so to speak.
Yes, I mean Fisher's already out there, so if they want to pick him up, they can. I guess it just depends on who's there in the second round, how they feel about guys like, say, Jalen Mayfield will probably be there, Brady Christensen, Dylan Radins. So at this point, that's what it probably boils down to, how they feel about those guys most likely. If not, then yeah, maybe they can go to the free agent market. Like maybe Eric Fisher could be that guy. So we'll see.
Yeah, so now the Tennessee Titans are on the clock. This would make a lot of sense for Darius Orton.
Even Mitchell Schwartz is still a free agent too.
Yeah, absolutely. But the Titans, I think they have to look at tackle or wide receiver. They don't have that many weapons outside of A.J. Brown now, given the departures of Jonnu Smith and Corey Davis in free agency. And the Titans are what is corner too. This could be Greg Newsom's spot.
That's exactly what I was thinking. It was Greg Newsome. I had him mocked here initially as well. I'm just convinced that Christian Darrisaw is just not going to get drafted. He's just going to go undrafted at this point.
He had like an injury that Ian Rappaport reported a couple days ago. And given the lack of medical information, that's probably why he's falling.
Is he like secretly like a murderer and he just like killed like 3 people or something? Like what is going on? Like it makes literally no sense to me as to why this guy is like he's a top 10 guy in my opinion, and he's still not going to be picked. I don't think he's going to be picked here. Like Crom, you hit it on the head. I think it's going to be Newsome here because the defense last year, if they had if they would have had a little bit of a better defense,
this could be a trade out spot because the Steelers want Najee Harris. This could be where the Bills, who want either Harris or Travis Etienne, to move up and leapfrog them. And I'm not a fan of taking running backs in the first round at all.
Nah, if you're taking running backs in the first round, you just don't want to win games. Man. Yeah, I mean, the Bills could potentially trade up here as well. Bills could also just sit back, and there's not a whole lot of difference in the running backs. I just think trading up for a running back is just incredibly pointless. But who knows? We've seen a lot of stuff happen tonight, so
kind of feels like surprising lack of trades. I feel like.
Actually,
especially in the top 10.
Let's see what we have so far. We've got the top, but that was the most surprising. But let's see, we've had 1, 2, 3 trades so far.
Yeah, which is just not a lot at all. Now that you mentioned that,
yeah, we didn't have that many last year. We only had like 4 in the first round last year.
I feel like COVID played a role in that, though. I think
absolutely.
And in this too, because of the lack of information, and teams just want even more for the 2020 class.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. You know, the 2022 draft cycle is going to be a lot more clearer. So I think teams are going to really try to value those picks. So it's just crazy.
It's easy to forget. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Bill.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, it's easy to forget. I think we were like a month and a half into, getting more accustomed to video chat and stuff like that. And like, we were worried about the logistical hurdles of still doing the draft remotely last year. So I think that, definitely played a part in, us having fewer trades. But go ahead.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, Zach, but if the Titans wanted to get a weapon here, Elijah Moore, who broke A.J. Brown's single-season reception record at Ole Miss last year, would make perfect sense if they wanted to go that way. Many people think Elijah Moore was the 4th best wide receiver in this class behind the big 3 of Jamar Chase, Devontae Smith, and Jalen Waddle.
Yeah, I like him as well. I know we mentioned Greg Newsome as well, Crom, but what about Caleb Farley here?
Caleb Farley, Benjamin Albright said that many teams expect him to slide out of the first because of his medicals.
Yeah, I mean, just the potential there is just insane though with him, because he literally was like I think 2nd rated corner before the concern with his medical started rolling in. Because a lot of people had him over J.C. Horn. I still think they're going corner here. I don't think they're gonna go receiver.
Yes, but if Greg Newsome isn't the pick here, I think he's the Vikings pick at 23.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, like George Pay covered the Vikings. He loves his corners. He took a corner with his first with the Broncos. He learned from Rick Spielman, who loves his corners. So if Greg Newsome ain't here, he'll probably be the Vikings pick at 23.
It's crazy that Christian Darrisaw could be falling right into Pittsburgh's laps at 24.
He would be a much better pick than Najee Harris. Never draft running backs in the first round. Never. Are you with me? Never draft running backs in the first round. Are you a fan of that rule?
Yeah. I mean, you're just admitting that you want to lose games. 100%.
I think whether it be big contracts or high draft picks, I think you just don't spend high value assets on running backs.
It's going to be corner. I'm feeling it.
Caleb Farley. Whoa. Caleb Farley doesn't go out of the first round after all. Drew Rosenhaus, his agent, was right. He said he would be picked in the first round, and you got to trust what the agent's hearing, as they say. So,
dang. I just lost $20, man.
And Farley, we hope it's a bummer you can't celebrate tonight. You just couldn't catch a break with your second back surgery and be diagnosed with COVID yesterday. And so you couldn't celebrate, but at least you get your dream your dream comes true tonight, and very happy for this young man. And Caleb Farley, he started out at Virginia Tech as a wide receiver, and he transitioned to corner after that year, after his freshman year, and he obviously put on a big performance. I believe it was that 2018 or I think it was 2019 that was his best year.
Yeah, 2019.
Yes, and he was a quarterback in high school and played quarterback and wide receiver. That's very beneficial for a corner in the NFL, having that prior experience. How does that help a corner?
No, because I mean the biggest part about being a corner is a lot of what corners struggle with is tracking the ball. So as that past experience as a wide receiver, you're going to have a little bit of an edge up on there. You're going to be able to run with your head turned behind you instead of in front of you, to where you're not going to – that's easiest pass interference penalty is when you're not looking at the ball. You're just looking straight at the guy. Having that experience helps a little bit. So I think that would be a big thing.
Yes, and he led the ACC in passes defended, and he was first in the FBS in passer rating against of 17.2. And in 24 starts, he had more passes defended with 25. And the reason why he fell this far, the back issues. He underwent surgery after the 2019 season to repair a pinched nerve in his back, and he recently underwent the microdiscectomy. So in this COVID year with this medical, it isn't without risk. But Greg Newsome has medical concerns himself, and he didn't play a full season at all at Northwestern. So but why do you think they opted to go with Farley over Newsome, and why did you think he was the least risk medically?
All right, I'll take it. I don't think he's. I don't think. No, you're good. I don't think he's. I think he is the bigger medical threat, but I think they're playing it for the potential. I think he has the more potential, just because of his past experience as a receiver. Like I said, tracking the ball is the corner's biggest thing. I mean, they can't track the ball. That's why their head's in front of them instead of looking at the ball, and they get a lot of penalties because of that.
Go ahead.
So I don't know. I just think that he's a higher risk but a higher reward, I feel like, is what Caleb Farley is.
Yeah, they went with upside, I suppose. And now the Vikings, they need a tackle, and this could be Christian Darrisaw's spot after all. It could be Greg Newsome or Christian Darrisaw, one of the two here.
Yeah, I think it's insane that they're able to trade back from pick 14 to 9 spots back and still have one of the top tackles left on the board. Well, like I said, I don't think he's going to get drafted at this point because,
Yeah, they got two of the tackles on the board.
Was that a true thing about him being convicted of murder?
I guess so. About as real as Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah with a knife in high school.
No, that was Micah Parsons.
Okay, Okay, gotcha. But yeah, no, I don't know. I mean, their pick's in, so I guess we'll see what's going on. But I mean, it could be. I don't know. I mean, it makes sense for them to pick Darrisaw here, but kind of it's a broken. I sound like a broken record at this point saying that. So.
Would it be interesting if they picked Darrisaw?
Yeah. Hey, it could pick Owusu-Koramoah here too. You never know.
Yeah, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. They love their Notre Dame players, but if he falls
so
far, I hear the Broncos liked him too. And if he continues to fall, the Broncos might make an attempt to move up into the late first. Although knowing George Payton, I don't think he would want to do that.
Yeah, I don't know where he's gonna fall, but it's rough.
It's interesting to see how these mid-20s continue to fall. I think, as we close in on the Packers pick at 29, I think, we could be looking at a potential trade down with how much they're going to have available for them. I guess it depends on if they can find a suitor in the early second round. But I think Elijah Moore, Bateman might, one of the two might still be there. You got some other, tackle prospects that might still be there. And then one other guy that I think a few people had the Packers keeping their eye on was Christian Barmore, the defensive tackle. Maybe get Kenny Clark some help up front there. So interesting to see how these last few picks are falling. I think we're leaning more towards a trade down with every pick here.
Nah, man. Packers are just going to draft Kyle Trask and not tell Jordan Love about it.
This has been quite the day, man. I'm on my second old fashioned for a reason here.
But no, I agree. Those 2 D tackles, if things fall like this, then maybe they trade back a couple spots. Maybe they go after Darius or Barmore or Runzawike, because, like you said, they absolutely need somebody opposite Kenny Clark there. So really intrigued what they do here. As we, I thought maybe there would be a possibility they'd trade up for a D tackle. Obviously, that hasn't come to fruition yet, so we'll see.
Yeah, Barmore. You think Barmore could be a pick here?
Nah, Barmore's not getting drafted first round.
Yeah, here we go.
With the 23rd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select
Christian Darrisaw to the Minnesota Vikings, getting Kirk Cousins.
Finally, my
overpaying
goodness.
Christian Darrisaw. Now, Christian Darrisaw, expires right. He spent before he had to go to Virginia Tech, he had to go to Fork Union Military Academy in Virginia to get his grades straight out because he had academic questions. And he is a scheme versatile starter. He could play zone, man scheme. This is perfect value for a scheme versatile tackle like Darrisaw.
Yeah, I mean, my goodness, finally. It's always terrible to see these fantastic players like slide in the draft, but I mean, I just saw the video and you could just tell he was just like a sigh of relief that he finally got picked. Like, man, and I mean, what a better pick for the Vikings. I mean,
and let's remember too, not just getting Darrisaw, but able to trade back 9 spots. They pick up 2 picks in the 3rd round, and they get Darrisaw. So I mean, the Vikings have killed it so far.
Yeah, they're the in my opinion, they're the winners of the 1st round at the moment right now.
Yeah, I mean, they get one of the best tackles in the class, and they're sitting now with, what do we say, 4 picks in the 3rd round now.
Yeah, 4 picks in the 3rd round. Yeah,
4 picks in the 3rd and 3 in the 4th.
That's insane. Now the Steelers are going to take Najee Harris.
Yep, and I don't want them to do so. I think they're better off going. Maybe this could be a spot for Tevin Jenkins. This could be, or maybe the Jaguars with Tevin Jenkins. That could be a good pick for them with their 2nd pick, because Cam Robinson is on a franchise tag, a prove-it year for him, and you got to get another bookend to protect Trevor Lawrence. And at Urban Meyer, he likes to run the ball a lot. Of course, he's going to pass with Trevor Lawrence, but with Trevor Lawrence's running ability and getting a run-blocking tackle could really help him. Wouldn't you say so?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, Jacksonville could do a number of anything, to be honest. They could draft anybody, and it's going to be an improvement for their team. But Pittsburgh right here, they're going Harris. They're going to break the rule and take a running back. They literally could have traded back and picked up a couple more assets.
Buffalo's lurking backs, but they could have traded back a couple picks with Baltimore. And the Pittsburgh Steelers, here's the only reason why they're going to Najee Harris. They want to try to win the Super Bowl with Ben Roethlisberger's last year, and they think he's the best instant impact player they could find and help make it happen, as much of a long shot as that is.
I mean, if they're going by an offensive standpoint, I think that would be their best option, because I'm pretty sure they don't have James Conner anymore. But I feel like drafting a very solid offensive lineman to keep Roethlisberger up, I feel like would have made more sense, because they're not going to find an upgrade at wide receiver for what they have. So obviously, Najee Harris is an instant upgrade at running back, and he's the best running back in the draft. I mean, nobody's questioning that. It's still high for a running back, because you're using a 1st round pick on a guy that's going to be there for like 3-4 years, because you're not going to extend him, because extending running backs just isn't a thing anymore.
Najee Harris, indeed, the first running back off the board.
that just felt like the easiest pick to make. Maybe not easiest,
yeah.
but
Yeah.
definitely the one of the safest matches we've seen in doing mock
Mhm.
drafts outside of the top 2 picks.
Oh yeah, I mean that's the safest you can go.
Yes, and Najee Harris, he's a guy you don't want to bet against. He grew up homeless as a child and was raised by a single mother. Where his father battled addiction, and football was his escape almost immediately at 6 years old. And he totaled the 4th highest rushing yards total in the high school history of the state of California. And he broke Derrick Henry's all-time Alabama school rushing record. And he set the single season SEC touchdown record last season with 30 touchdowns. And he tied Tim Tebow for the career SEC record at 57. So with Ben Roethlisberger not able to throw it like he used to, Najee Harris could be the centerpiece of the Steelers' offense this year by far, and maybe a first-round fantasy selection too. What do you think?
I don't know about first-round fantasy selection, but it's definitely
Maybe in
solid
dynasty
RB2 at
leagues.
this point. Yeah, dynasty league. Yeah, good point,
Mhm.
Zach. Definitely dynasty leagues. If we're talking like straight redraft, he's probably a solid RB2 at this point. I mean, he's not really going to have any competition for carries, so absolutely, he's somebody you could take maybe 3rd round in regular redraft. So,
Yep.
he's probably a good solid top 15 to 20 running back right now. So
Yeah, the way I draft, I'm taking him 2nd round, but I draft.
yeah,
like
because I mean,
3.
you're not taking him over like Dalvin Cook, Christian McCaffrey, Saquon, Derrick Henry. Yeah, so
No, I'm
but-
taking him over Zeke.
but yeah, RB2, absolutely, he's an RB2 right now, and you still obviously got to solidify the offensive line. You need somebody at tackle, you need somebody at center, so they'll probably look at that in round 2. Obviously, devil's advocate here is going to say, well, they could have waited and taken like Javonte Williams or Michael Carter in round 2. So it is what it is.
Yeah, and what do you think the Jaguars should do here? Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah makes sense.
JOK fits so good in this defense, I think. Trayvon Merrick fits well.
Trayvon Merrick. It has to be
Merrick.
one of those two. Got to go either defense or tackle here.
They could go Barmore. They could go Christian Barmore.
Barmore would make a lot of sense because it's a new regime, but you had Calais Campbell in there, and look what a difference maker he was, pushing the pocket from the inside. Barmore is by far the best defensive tackle in a weak class in terms of depth.
Look, their 1st-round pick from 2018 might not even be on the team anymore come training camp.
Taylor Bryan, what a bust! You got to replace him with Barmore. But there were like Scott quotes that he didn't get to coach well at Alabama.
So. Yeah, no, I'm telling you guys, there's not going to be a defensive tackle taken 1st round. It's got to be JOK. It's got to be Merrick here. I still can't say his name right. I'm just going to call him safety.
Safety.
But I mean,
my safety.
Those two make the most sense. Could go like Crom. I think you mentioned Tevin Jenkins here as well. That makes perfect sense. But like I said earlier, Jacksonville could take anybody, and it's going to improve their team. So I mean, it sounds like a bad situation to be in, but then again, it's kind of not. So
yeah, I mean, and remember they are sitting here with 2 of the next 8 picks.
Yeah,
because then they'll be right back on the board at 33. So they pretty much are in a BPA position, I think here. So they could really go just about anybody here and feel pretty good. I mean, yeah, you do get the feeling that the defense is probably who they want to, what they want to build up more at this point. They seem to be pretty set, and like we talked about, Urban Meyer, he just knows how to scheme offenses. He'll get all these players in position to in the best position possible. And we talked about the solid receivers that they have.
Yes, and the solid running back they have, James Robinson, which I believe, as tempting as it would be to reunite Trevor Lawrence with Travis Etienne here, don't do it.
Yeah, no, that's not an option at all.
Yeah, no, they're fine with James Robinson. I mean, my guess would be defensive side of the ball, but you know,
I mean,
will that be?
offensively, they're going to be fine because Tebow's going to play tight end, so they're fine there.
That's right.
So
Man, how quick that story died with the Rodgers stuff breaking like an hour later.
It was like breaking news for like 45 minutes, and they're like, nah, it's fine.
Speaking of Rodgers, the Mark Schlereth rumor was shot down, but that will not stop the speculation that Aaron Rodgers may have played his last down as a Packer. Like I said at the beginning of the program, I think this is just the beginning of a long standoff. Zach, you're from Wisconsin and know the Packers well. Do you think this is just the beginning of a long standoff?
You know, I think this is cooling down with every pick. Like, I feel like that was a huge story for a few hours today, but I feel like with every pick that goes by, you know, it's getting more and more realistic that, you know, things are, perhaps headed for a standoff, but I think
it ends with Rodgers staying in
reality,
Green Bay at least for this year. Absolutely.
yeah, I think the reality of the situation too is the Packers have no cap room to make a trade that involves a player right now. Like, I mean, even trading Rodgers would cost them, I think, $1 million or so, $1 million and change in cap, and they only have, you know, a couple million in cap right now. So, you know, and they've basically done everything they can do as far as restructures just to, you know, get what they were able to get done, you know, to keep their team and get the extensions that they got done this year. So I think we're going to see Rodgers here for at least another year. I think that dead cap hit becomes, you know, a little bit more swallowable, you know, next year.
Yes, and the pick is in for the Jaguars. What would you do here, Zach? Would you take a tackle like Tevin Jenkins? Would you take Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, Trayvon Merrick, or Christian Barmore here? What would you do, Zach?
Oh, I think he just got disconnected.
Lost him for a second.
Damn.
But I thought he was like thinking, and I was like, oh, he's thinking.
Oh, yeah, here we go. All right, Zach, welcome back. We lost you for a second. Yeah, who should the Jaguars take here?
Oh, gosh. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I lost you for a second there. As far as the Jaguars, yeah, I think definitely tackle, I think is a good fit. You know, you want to make sure your quarterback is protected, and I feel like we've seen that before with teams with 2 first-round picks. You know, taking that premier tackle to make sure your new franchise quarterback is protected feels like, you know, the safe bet for most teams in these types of situations.
Yes, it's either to protect Trevor Lawrence because you got long-term uncertainty attack with Cam Robinson on a franchise tag, or beef up that defense on the back end or the front with Christian Barmore. Oh, he's sitting in the chair. Travis Etienne. They really did want to reunite. Oh, my God. What a wasted pick when you got James Robinson. Oh, my goodness. What are you thinking here? You had a great running back.
Urban Meyer already has his hands all over this team.
Man, you just tweeted that. You prophet.
This is literally like something you do when you're like playing NCAA football and you like input a draft class.
They're picking at 33. They're going to have to take. They have to be confident that one or two of those players are going to be staring them in the face there.
Yeah, I guess I don't hate it because I know they're picking again in like.
But you had James Robinson who had a great year.
Yeah,
you're going to have to. You're going to have to trade him for a 7th round pick or something like that.
No, I mean, the way that you can establish yourself, they could definitely establish themselves as a running team.
Yeah,
and I mean, double backs, it can work. I mean, ETN is very solid out of the backfield as a pass catcher.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, with Trevor, he was with Trevor Lawrence. I mean, you gotta love obviously they're already gonna have a step up with the camaraderie. So, I mean, I don't hate the pick, and I mean, hey, if they have to trade James Robinson, I mean, they can trade. They can get more than they can
like
get
a
more than a
6th,
7th.
a 6th.
No,
or 6th.
I mean.
fifth, fourth.
If you go to a team like Buffalo, I guarantee you Buffalo would give up at least a mid-round pick on him. And I mean, he was undrafted, so I mean, you're gaining anything regardless.
Oh
so.
yeah. Now the Cleveland Browns, home city of the NFL draft, on the clock. Greg Newsome makes sense here for the Browns.
Yeah, I like Newsome. I like Ojulari is here as well. I mocked him earlier.
Clowney's on a 1-year deal. Ojulari here, if they think that the knee is fine. Or Gregory Rousseau. Drew Rosenhaus was adamant Foley would go in the first round. He also represents Gregory Rousseau. He was adamant Gregory Rousseau would go in the first round. And Gregory Rousseau is like the opposite of Myles Garrett as a pass rusher, but you want complementary skill sets on the edges. And Gregory Rousseau would actually make sense here.
You know what I never thought I would say? I never thought that I would say that the Browns would be going into a draft and they could just take whoever they want. Because they really don't have
top 10 roster.
They really don't have a pressing need, which to say that about a Cleveland Brown, like, man, this is the longest we've ever had to wait for the Browns to pick. Like,
yeah, it's about time. I'm happy for the Browns.
Yeah, I mean, it's great, but I'm just like, they could take anybody right here. And I think they're going to go defense. I mean, I think that makes the most sense.
Rashad Bateman,
again, this is another spot that JOK
Elijah Moore.
Nah, I don't know. I don't know if they'd go receiver this early yet. I think they're pretty good on receiver because Peoples-Jones looked very good last year. They're getting OBJ back, so
yeah.
But this is another
long-term health is a question.
Yeah, I mean, this is another spot too where JOK makes a whole lot of sense. They got their pick in quick too.
Speed at linebacker. This makes absolutely. They need more speed at linebacker. Perfect sense here. And also, Travis Etienne is one of only 6 players in the history of the football subdivision FBS to rush for 70 career touchdowns.
Wow. Yeah, I think Newsome could go here as well. Newsome, JOK. I think those are the 2 options that they have. And Jeremiah said Trayvon Merrick's a possibility here, but they signed John Johnson III, who's no slouch. Yeah, no, I don't think safety's a pretty good need here. I think they're pretty good off because Grant Delpit's pretty good too. I mean, he's been pretty solid back there. Pro Football Focus, I think, had him. I think he was top 10 last year at the end of the year rankings. So I mean, he's pretty good.
The Browns go anywhere now. The Ravens, that could be Tevin Jenkins' landing spot because he's a butt whooping, run blocking tackle to replace Orlando Brown.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead, Bill.
Ojulari, I think Ojulari makes a lot of sense here.
They need edge help too. Ojulari or Rousseau if the Browns don't pick him here, or Jason Owe.
They need a quarterback too.
What in the world is this?
It's the Browns. Does it really surprise you? Does it really surprise you?
Like, bro, they're actually a good team. You don't have to be embarrassed. You could show your face.
You already know Bill's Mafia is about to go breaking tables and stuff out there.
Oh, man.
I'm excited for that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm leaning corner here, possibly linebacker. Only two spots I see going.
Yeah, Jeremiah Uskomo, I think he may be fine because he's a tweener, and the NFL they value tweeners more than they used to. But the uncertainty of where to play him, I think, is why he's falling. Is he a safety? Is he a backer? I think he's more of a strong safety, but
yeah. Strong safety, nickel, outside coverage corner. I mean,
here we go.
He's endless. Okay.
Greg Newsome from Northwestern. Great pick, Browns. You get a corner with medical concerns, but the second Northwestern Wildcat as an Evanston, Illinois native that I feel with pride tonight to see Greg Newsome and Rashawn Slater get selected here. And Now, hang on. Let's see. Greg Newsome. When you look at Greg Newsome, he's a he I believe had the same distinction as Caleb Farley did in 2019 for 2020. Caleb Farley was the FBS leader in passer rating against in 2019. Greg Newsome was the FBS leader in that metric last year with an even stronger rating, 50.77. He only allowed 10 completions last year, and only one of those went for 10 plus yards downfield. The injuries are a concern, no doubt, but I really love this pick for the Browns. They played the board perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, they were in the position to just play BPA, and you look and see who you think is going to make probably an instant impact. And I mean, they made the right decision, I think, in my opinion. I mean, again, they could have drafted anybody, and I would probably have been okay with it. But Browns are in a good spot here, and I think they probably just are going to probably cement themselves as another top AFC contender next year.
Absolutely. Yeah, they like we talked about, they really could have went and anybody, but corner definitely makes a lot of sense. There's a questionable future with Greedy Williams coming off all his injuries, so you wonder what he's like. So you needed some stability next to Denzel Ward, and I think they definitely got that here with Greg Newsome. I mean, he's a very sticky guy. He's very athletic. Again, obviously the injury concerns are very valid, but if everything checks out, I think Browns have themselves a really solid CB2. You pair that with two of the really good free agent signings that they made this offseason in Nickelback Troy Hill, and of course safety John Johnson, and they still have a really good front seven. I mean, absolutely. There's some people, I don't know if I'm quite ready, but I'm honestly getting pretty close to picking the Browns to go to the Super Bowl next season. Yep.
Super Bowl.
That would be amazing for the National Football League and the game of football to have the Cleveland Browns make it to the Super Bowl. Make it happen, football gods.
The team with no logo.
All right, the Baltimore Ravens now with their first of two first-round picks. Keep in mind they have the Chiefs pick at 31 because of the Orlando Brown trade. As I said, Tevin Jenkins makes a lot of sense as a potential replacement here, but also edge help, Azeez Ojulari if they think that knee checks out, or Gregory Rousseau, although I think Rousseau is more of a 4-3 guy than a 3-4 guy. Do you?
Yeah, he's definitely more of a 3-4 guy.
I mean, you mean a 4-3 guy?
Yeah. I mean, Pernell McPhee only covers about 5% of the time. So, I mean, that could be the pick there. They could also be going wide receiver here because their wide receiver room is pretty bad, even with signing Sammy Watkins. But the way Sammy Watkins works is he does good for 3 games and then disappears the rest of the season. So, I mean, they could definitely go wide receiver here. Rashad Bateman's still on the board here. I think that'd be a good selection here.
Trayvon Merrick, I think, has to be in play too with one of these first round picks. I think they want somebody
Rashad Bateman, you need a playmaker. Elijah Moore would be good. Would make a lot of sense here. It's like a safety blanket for Lamar Jackson, wide receiver, edge, tackle. I would say.
Just take all the receivers away so the Packers can have them.
Or what about JOK in Baltimore here?
I mean, JOK would fit anywhere, I think, to be honest. That's like one of the biggest shocks to me is that he hasn't been picked because he can fit anywhere on a defense and fill any need that you have. I mean, he could play nickel. He can play outside backer. I mean, he could cover. I mean, he could fit here too. I don't think he's going to be the pick, but
like I said, I think Merrick certainly makes sense too. I think they need somebody to play the deep safety. They probably want Deshaun Elliott to play more in the box, and Merrick can play, that deep center field for them. So, it might not be this pick. They can maybe get him at 31. We'll see. But I think definitely with one of these two picks, I think that's certainly a name to look out for. But yeah, linebacker, certainly makes a lot
they're
of sense, like JOK. So,
they're kind of in a position as well that they can kind of take wherever because they don't have like a big pressing need other than potentially right tackle. So I mean, I do like Tevin Jenkins here, like you mentioned, Crom. I think that's a good pick here. Just because
especially for a run first offense.
Yeah, run first
Plays
offense.
like a Raven.
Not having a right tackle. I mean, kind of makes a whole lot of sense here.
And this just tends to happen all the time for the Ravens too. They just get good players to just fall to them. I mean, last year with Patrick Queen.
Yeah,
Patrick Queen is a very solid player. They got linebacker pretty much.
He's absolutely. He's a, he was a great linebacker coming out of LSU, and he had a great rookie season. So I mean, that's already a hit so far for them. So JOK next to him, I think now you've got a lot of speed, a lot of good sideline to sideline ability between those two receivers. So really interesting what direction the Ravens go in here.
Yeah, the Baltimore Ravens can go many ways. Edge, tackle, receiver, Rashad Bateman makes a lot of sense here.
I think it's either Bateman or it's either Bateman or Tevin Jenkins here. I think
Elijah Moore I would throw in there, or Ojulari if they wanted to go edge. But they have another pick to spare, a couple picks later.
Yeah. I like Bateman here a lot. I think that's the pick. But again, Jenkins probably the number 2 guy up here.
Packers have to love the way this board is falling. I mean, they're going to have options in 2 picks.
Rashad Bateman.
Yep, it is Bateman. Okay.
Very good pick. I like Hollywood Brown, but they didn't have a true wide receiver one on the roster. Bateman, I think, gives them that.
Dude, Hollywood Brown is trash. He's so bad.
Yeah, they finally have,
he's a wide receiver 3.
There was and we always kind of questioned that pick, even when they made it. Obviously we had the size discussion with Devontae Smith, but Devontae Smith also gets off press extremely well, whereas Hollywood Brown, he's just kind of a speed guy, right?
Yeah. He also won a Heisman, so yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think this is a good thing for Hollywood Brown, because now he's a third option. He's literally technically a fourth option if you're counting Mark Andrews. So
yes,
I definitely like this for Hollywood Brown a lot. I think now he's like a third or fourth option.
Yes, he's more of a one-trick pony. He's more of your vertical down the field guy. And about Rashad Bateman, he was a basketball star in high school, started for 3 years, and he led them to the Georgia State Championship as a junior, and he received Division I scholarships to play basketball at Penn State and Virginia Tech, but he decided to play football, and he wore the number 0 in 2020 to symbolize zero tolerance for racism, and that is a brave candidate in the new age of the NFL where players have more leeway to express their opinions to continue that. And Rashad Bateman, what makes him? What are the parts of his game that you like, Zach? You watch a lot of Big Ten football, and if you got to see Rashad Bateman the last couple of years, what makes him a good player?
Admittedly, not a huge college football watcher, but Bateman was a guy that the Packers were looking at for his playmaking ability, and I think Baltimore, like you said, is not going to really have to rely on him to be a number 1 option out the gate. So I think that's going to be a great fit for him to enter an offense where he's like you said, just not going to be that number 1 guy that they really rely on for targets and yardage out the gate. So I think that's a really great offense for him to be a part of.
Yeah, Matt Miller even just kind of tweeted something along those lines. He said the Ravens about to snipe a player I've heard the Packers really wanted. So, I mean, at this point, what does the Packers board look like? I mean, I guess,
Elijah
JOK
Moore,
is still
Rondale
there.
Moore.
Yeah,
I think Tevin Smith is on there as well. Tevin Jenkins, sorry. Tevin Jenkins, I think, is the boring pick. I think heading into tonight or before the Rodgers news broke, I think the possibility was definitely there that they go with a boring offensive tackle pick. But now there's increased scrutiny on this pick, and maybe it changes for the first wide receiver taken in the first round for the Packers since Javon Walker in 2002. So maybe we're finally due for a playmaker in the first round.
I mean,
I
think I told you a month ago that they're going to take Amon-Ra St. Brown to pair him with his brother. So,
Yeah, well, Elijah Moore should be the Packers pick if the Saints don't take him here. The Saints could use a wide receiver here. Elijah Moore comes to mind for them as a secondary option to Michael Thomas to help either Jameis Winston or Taysom Hill out.
Taysom Hill's going to be playing wide receiver, so they're good.
He should, yeah. Jameis should be the starting quarterback. Heck, I'm watching that NFC divisional playoff game this past year. Weren't you like, put Jameis in? He gives you a better chance to win the Drew Brees, sad to say. Were you thinking that?
I mean, he also gives the other team a better chance to win because he throws a lot of pick sixes. But I mean, either way, I mean, I think we could have a surprise pick here. I think it could be somebody we're not expecting, or I don't know. They could just go with a wide receiver here as well. I mean, I don't know. It could be a surprise. Could be a wide receiver. Could be any number of things. It
could be a surprise wide receiver.
Exactly. I really like. I'm a big fan of Rondale Moore. I really think he's a first round guy. So I could see him here. I could see it being, I could see it being somebody we don't even really think of. So, like Kyle Trask, maybe. Who knows?
Oh, please, God, no. Davis Mills or Kyle Trask here. Sean Tate would have his head on a pike, at least in the eyes of many Saints fans. But we shall see. They were really looking at corner, but the cupboard at corner, I think, is pretty bare right now.
Yeah, corner isn't a good pick right here. I don't really think there's a
lot. If they reach for Tyson Campbell here, oh my God, I'd be livid.
They could go edge here too, to be honest. I mean, they could.
Oh yeah, Marcus Davenport. Yeah, he got his 5th-year option picked up, but he hasn't panned out. You need another edge rusher in that room, Ojulari or Rousseau, if you want to play the 40 years, or Malcolm Jenkins. Old Trayvon Mayer would be great value here for the Saints. I would say Trayvon Mayer.
Rousseau's another guy that's sliding that I really did not think was going to slide this far. So yeah. He could be.
I'm guessing it's just the extreme lack of film on Rousseau. I guess teams just feel he's a project right now, but a very potential profitable project at that. How's that for alliteration?
Yeah, right. No, I mean that's another. Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. But he's just such a dynamic player that I think he's going to go here. I think they're going to go edge. I mean, and again, David, you love using this phrase, the no spring chicken. Cameron Jordan is no spring chicken.
Of course he's not.
That's right.
So, I mean, like, edge rusher makes a whole lot of sense here.
Go sit in the chair again, Raj. I like when you sat in the chair to read the Travis Etienne pick. Come on.
Yeah.
Peyton Turner, Adam Schefter expected Peyton Turner as he listed him as a possibility for a surprise first-round pick. Freak athlete out of Houston, had that good pro day, and Peyton Turner, the pick at 28.
Okay, I mean, I guess it fills the edge rusher need, but I don't think I would have taken him over Ojulari or.
Well, Ojulari has the knee issue, and in this year where it's hard to get medical information, that was hard for the Saints. Well, not making excuses, but just giving a reason.
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah, definitely was not somebody I expected.
Jeremiah had him pretty high on his board. He had him at 42, and at this part of the draft, this kind of makes sense because the value between like the mid-teens and maybe the early 3rd round is not that far apart, given the depth of this class.
Dane Brugler had him at number 60.
Oof. All right, it's Kyle Trask season now. Let's go.
Boy, the Packers have to love these options, though. I'm looking at the top 4 or 5 available, and I mean, Elijah Moore still sitting them or staring them in the face. I feel like that's the reactionary make Rodgers happy pick.
Yeah, it has to be Elijah Moore. Has to be Elijah Moore.
Rondale
Peyton Turner. This is probably why the States liked him. Wingspan, 84 inches. And he also lined up inside the tackle as a freshman sophomore before kicking outside. So there's some versatility to kick him inside on passing downs as well. So you could have Cam Jordan, Marcus Davenport, and Peyton Turner as a sub-package rusher on the inside. Out of just 5 games last year, he was a machine. 10.5 tackles for loss and 5 sacks. And just over 17 games, 18.5 TFLs and 9 sacks the past 2 seasons. So Peyton Turner, with that freakish athleticism and production, definitely worth taking a swing on. And his production, I think, is why they took him over Jason Owe. Owe's a similar athletic freak, but he didn't have the production to show for it.
Yeah, Packers got their pick turned in already.
Oh, it has to be Elijah Moore. Make Aaron Rodgers calm down. Keep him in Green Bay. I don't even want him in Denver to try to run. I want Peyton to build the team old-fashioned way. I'm disappointed to take Fields, but I understand why many teams pass forward because of that epilepsy and the potential risks there. Kyle
Trask season.
And the Packers are.
I mean, Elijah Moore makes the most sense.
Yeah,
it's got to be a receiver. Like, if it's anything but a receiver, Aaron Rodgers is going to burn down Lambeau Field. Like,
I may have seen a spoiler.
I mean, is defense is an option here too? I mean, I wouldn't put it past them to take defense. Man. Are you giving them what you want, or are you filling the secondary? What are you doing here? You taking an edge rusher?
I'm gonna need another round. That's what I'm gonna need. I'm trying not to have like a Ty Schmidt on the Pat McAfee show moment right now with this pick.
Yeah.
All right. The Packers. I think Elijah Moore is the home run pick here.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Or you could go JOK if you want more speed on defense, but this is about to make Aaron Rodgers happy pick. Give him Elijah Moore.
I don't even expect them to make him happy at this point. Like,
I think they've shown in the past few years they're not really that interested in keeping him happy.
Yeah. To be honest.
But keep in mind, you have a young quarterback in Jordan Love weighing the wings. Get him more toys to play with.
Waiting in the wing to do nothing.
And they got needs to address beyond this reactionary stuff from the past, day or so. I mean, they have needs at, on the defensive end and stuff like that. Clearly they were exposed defensively in the secondary, in the NFC Championship game.
Packers pick. Eric Stokes, quarterback from Georgia. Oh my goodness. A stiff-hipped corner at 29. Aaron Rodgers, I would be demanding. Aaron Rodgers probably threw his remote at the television right now.
No, he's not even watching because he knew it was going to happen.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah.
Oh my gosh!
Listen, he's probably studying Jeopardy, more Jeopardy episodes.
Yeah.
He's prepping to get that full-time role.
Everybody was blown away by his 4.2940 at the Georgia Pro Day, but look at these testing numbers. 6.96 of the 3-cone, the 7th percentile.
Yeah.
And 4.36 20-yard shuttle, the 9th percentile. Stiff hip corners, they're not necessarily that good in the NFL.
No, I don't understand.
Yeah, they were saying the Georgia corners, one of the 2 Georgia corners was
could have had a Fetty Melifonwu in round 2.
Yeah, literally could have gotten him in round 2.
Even though he's undersized, I would have rather taken Elijah Molden.
Oh, listen, I'm a big fan of Melifonwu.
Oh yeah. If I can't pronounce their name, they're probably good.
I mean,
that's what I always say.
Aaron Robinson is a solid pick here on day 2.
Dude,
And
have
now
you?
the Buffalo Bills are on the clock. They need help at edge if the running back covered it, or they could go Javonte Williams here if they want a running back.
Yeah, I actually mocked them Javonte Williams because I liked Williams a little bit better than ETN. So I think that might be the pick here.
Yes, and Tom Pelissero of NFL Network a couple days ago said that Javonte Williams was a potential surprise first round selection. Well, not really, because after him, the running back class falls off rather significantly. And let's. I flipped through my notes here, guys, until I get on the page. Does anybody want to fill in?
Yeah, I got you. I was just looking at Eric Stokes' stats because I really didn't know a whole lot about him. I probably shouldn't have because, I mean, not much of a tackler, it seems like. Actually, according to ESPN Advanced Stats, he was in the top 5 for missed tackles. So that's fun.
Deion Sanders didn't tackle either.
He also only had 4 takeaways. So which was tied for 8th. So I mean that's not terrible.
Yeah. Javonte Williams or an edge here like Jason Owe if they want to take a swig. Sean McDermott loves freak athletes on defense.
Yeah,
or Ojolari if they believe his if they think his knee can hold up for the next 4 or 5 years, where they're in their competition window to get to the Super Bowl. He would make a lot of sense here too.
Yeah, and Buffalo again is in the position where they could pretty much take whatever they want.
EPA, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they took Elijah Moore because keep in mind, you got Stephon Diggs, but
that's about it.
But yeah. Cole Beasley's not getting any younger. John Brown is gone. You need a complement to Stephon Diggs and another playmaker. So Javonte Williams or Elijah Moore if they decide to go offense.
Cole Beasley is no spring chicken.
Neither is Emmanuel Sanders.
Oh yeah,
they got
I forgot.
He's only on a 1 year deal. Heck, it's kind of like the Broncos. They got Fuller, but only on a 1 year deal. They wanted a long term answer, and Ronald Darby's not a cornerback 1. They needed a corner 1. They got Surtain, and the Bills could look at the wide receiver position the same way.
Actually, I'm going to give you a sleeper pick here. How about Pat Fryermuth? They need it.
Yeah,
I've seen some talk about that too.
They need a tight end.
Joe Marino would not be happy about that pick, by the way, if that happens. I think he said that's actually like his nightmare scenario for this pick is Freiermuth.
They need a tight end though. I mean,
they do.
Dawson Knox is okay, but he's not a number 1 tight end. He's a great complimentary guy, but
I mean, obviously, we just talked about the corner position being like kind of dried up, but that could be a position they look at in round 2 as well. Somebody opposite Tre'Davious White.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, and again, like Gregory Rousseau still on the board. Owusu Koromora
JOK still on
the board. Like, there's so many options right now.
Mike Florio just tweeted too. He said some teams had a 4th round grade on Peyton Turner.
Oh yeah,
Well, grades are all over the place at this point of the draft, especially at a draft like this.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. I mean, a couple of years ago at the Steelers, I mean, a lot of people had like they had like a 4th or 5th round pick, 4th or 5th round grade on Terrell Edmonds, and he's turned out, pretty decent. So I mean,
people had a 3rd round grade on Chase Claypool and said he should have played tight end. So I mean,
yeah,
grades are but.
It reminds me of like, when I had my old podcast about like 7 years ago with Ian Wharton, we once had Field Yates on the show, and we talked about putting like round grades on prospects. And if you say like, oh, so-and-so is like a 1st round player and he goes in the 1st round, well, technically you're right. Because I remember he used the example of EJ Manuel. You could easily say, well, I think EJ Manuel's a 1st round quarterback. Well, guess what? You would have been right because he was drafted in the 1st round. Now, was he actually a 1st round quarterback? No. But he was drafted in the 1st round. So.
I forgot about that
class. Easily the worst quarterback class of the past decade plus.
Anybody still in the league from that class?
Geno Smith. The backup.
Oh
Geno
my god.
Slow Eye Smith.
Oh my gosh.
Here we go.
The Buffalo Bills select Gregory
There he
Oh,
is.
there's the
Okay.
edge rusher. Once
That's a
again,
good
trust
pick.
the agent. Drew Rosenau said Caleb Farley would go the first, and Gregory Rousseau would go the first. Gregory Rousseau and AJ Epinesa right now. Well, Gregory Rousseau, his testing times didn't blow anybody away, but what makes him such an ideal pick, especially for the Buffalo Bills?
I think it's just the upside, right? I mean, Greg Rousseau is just a freak of an athlete. I mean, he
didn't test athletically at his pro day.
I mean, that's totally understandable, and it goes back to what Andrew said at the top of the show. How much was he? Because of course he was an opt out. So, do we take it with a grain of salt? I don't know, but he had the 15.5 sacks in 2019. He flashed a lot. I mean, there was a reason why, and this is what makes all those early mock drafts fun. I mean, day after 2019 draft, we're doing early mock drafts, and he's like top 5. He ends up falling to number 30, but still, I mean, the potential upside I think you have with Greg Rousseau, just especially late in the first round. I mean, I think it's a fine pick here. Because they didn't really get too much out of AJ Epinesa in his rookie year, so you're hoping he kind of develops a little bit more. Ed Oliver's been kind of up and down, but he's been starting to he started to put it together toward the end of last season. So here in the late round, and really it's for the Bills, like we talked about, they could really just go just about any player, because for them it's about getting past Kansas City. It's which player at this point can we grab that's going to get us past Kansas City. And we'll see if Greg Rousseau is that player.
Yeah, and I mean, Kansas City's weakest part of their team last year, granted they have, done things to fix it, was our offensive line. So, and Pat Mahomes looked a little bit, obviously looked a little bit worse when he was under pressure, like every quarterback does. So, I mean, that's one way, is to just keep attacking him. And it's a fantastic, and the thing I like about him is he's a 6'5", 265-pound defensive end, and he's a very lean 265 pounds.
Yes, Gregory Rousseau. Get this, he didn't play defensive end until his senior year of high school. He played like mostly wide receiver, safety, linebacker, and then switched to defensive end his senior and had a red shirt his freshman year due to a fractured right ankle. But look at these stats in 2019: 15.5 sacks, 19.5 tackles for loss. And he opted out of last season. The uncertainty of a player like Rousseau is like the symbol of this draft. But the Bills believe that that 2019 tape, they could get that out of him constantly.
By the way, fun fact, I just kind of looked it up. We were just talking about the 2013 quarterbacks. There's actually still 2 active quarterbacks from that draft class. Geno Smith and
Blaine Gabbert. No? Was Blaine Gabbert
20?
No, Gabbert was 14.
Dang.
Oh,
It's actually someone that David might know a little bit, because his team gave this guy about $15 million guaranteed that one year.
Osweiler.
Good old, no, not us.
Case Keenum.
Good old Mike Glennon.
Oh,
Glennon. Oh, yeah. I'm a Broncos and Bears fan, for those of you who watch. So that's why I'm in a happy mood tonight, because the Bears got Justin Fields and the Broncos got, even though I'm not happy they passed on Fields, they made a more sensible decision since they stayed at 9 by taking a player that was at a valuable position and equally as highly graded in his position as Rashawn Slater was. So that's why I'm.
Just real quick, too. I mean, this
Glennon, isn't he at Jacksonville now?
He's on his way.
He's with the Giants.
He's on his like
12.
He's on his like 12
Giants.
team.
Oh yeah, Giants.
Glennon's with the Giants.
Daniel Jones. Now
Sounds
the
like-
Ravens again here. Edge or tackle, Tevin Jenkins, Azeez Ojulari, or Jason Owe if you want a freak athlete and roll the dice.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's just what's making like the back end of this first round pretty crazy. I mean, 3 guys that we've been sitting here talking about is we thought surefire first rounders: JOK, Tevin Jenkins, Trayvon Merrick. At least one of them's fallen to the second round now.
Yeah, man, that's didn't expect that coming into this draft. I definitely thought.
And here we go. We kind of were surprised by the pick of Jacksonville taking ETN at 25. Well, now they're going to have still some talented players to choose from at 33 here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like JOK here, but I don't. Who knows at this point?
Or another tackle prospect that is moving up the board, even though I think he's better guard, Liam Eichenberg. And he was mocked to the Ravens in some.
Eichenberg, that's my boy.
Mm-hmm.
We all know how those Notre Dame linemen turn out. It's the only good prospects we can ever produce. So,
And it would give the Ravens 2 of them.
yeah, Ronnie Stanley, Eichenberg, would be nice. Also have Miles Boykin buried like 7th on their depth chart. So.
Girlfriend that spends months agonizing over the team's pick, only to watch them trade out of the first round.
So Crom, you're lucky that I like you because I have to work in 5 hours. So
Speaking of which, Crom, I may need to hop off. I got a column yet to write on the Rodgers situation with the Packers and stuff like that.
And Zach, what publication can we check your work out, man? Thanks for joining us.
Oh,
tonight.
yeah. I'm available at tremcotimes.com. That's TREMPCO times, TIMES.com. That's where my work as associate editor of the Trempealeau County Times is found and stuff like that. And my Twitter handle at Zach Bellman _WNY. Thanks so much for having me on tonight, Crom. One more note I want to give just on the Packers pick of Eric there at 29. I will say that although they didn't pick Aaron Rodgers' new favorite receiver, they may have picked Justin Fields' favorite receiver. So we'll see how that goes. But have a good night, you guys, and thanks for having me on, D-Crom.
You're very welcome. And it's hard to believe we're already on the second to last pick of the night here. What was the best pick of the night in your opinion?
Oh, he was out. I think
best pick of the night. I wasn't asking you. I was asking both of you. Best pick of the night or worst pick of the night so far?
I mean, best pick of the night. Man, it has to be Darrisaw, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean,
the trade back 9 spot.
Getting the draft capital and getting him, like,
exactly.
Ooh.
Yeah,
exactly.
Absolutely.
Worst pick, I think, has to be Leatherwood.
Yeah, he was a reach. You could have had Darrisaw there. He would have made much more sense for the Raiders there.
Especially with Tevin Jenkins still on the board.
Yeah, I would say Justin Fields would be the best pick, but that's my Bears homer bias. But I would say with you. But how about the Dolphins? The Jalen Waddle, and you also got at 18 Jalen Phillips, 2 guys who will make immediate impacts on that team and could, along with the development of Tua Tagovailoa in a positive direction, could get the team over the hump and into the playoffs this year.
Oh yeah, no, I mean there's definitely there's some clear-cut winners. You know, Miami's obviously a clear-cut winner. Anytime you have Miami's a clear-cut winner, Jacksonville was a winner. ETN's a little shocking, but like it'll work. But again, I mean there was definitely some head-scratching ones like Eric Stokes, Asante Samuel is still on the board. I don't understand that. Peyton Turner, again, I'm still a little bit on because they could have easily grabbed him the next round. Obviously, like Bill mentioned, like Alex Leatherwood. Like, come on, guys. Like, what are you doing? So,
or
Las Vegas
a right tackle.
That's what Joe Marino tweeted.
Another potential tackle that the Ravens could look at here, Dylan Radins, who protected the blind side of Trey Lance at North Dakota State. They want to play right tackle.
Yeah, I like Jason Owe here for the Ravens.
Owe, absolutely. Owe or Ojolari.
Yeah, I like Owe here.
Jason Owe from Penn State.
I figured. I mean,
underwhelming college production, but it's like a quintessential trust the traits prospect. They needed an edge rusher after Matt Judon left for greener pastures in New England. Jason Owe. Do you guys think he could be the next Neil Hunter?
That's a good comparison because obviously, you know, Daniel Hunter did next to nothing himself at LSU. And like you said, Away obviously has a lot of the traits. He, of course, tested very well. We, you know, we're all aware of his 40 time at his pro day. And, you know, again, when it comes to looking at production, Penn State only played, I think, 8 or 9 games last season, and they really struggled in those first. I mean, they started like 0-5. I mean, it was rough to watch those first few Wednesday games. Let me tell you.
Jason Oway, his real name is Odafe. That's his real name. And he started out as a high school basketball star. He started at a school that didn't have a football program, and he transferred his junior year in search of a basketball scholarship eventually. But he had to play 2 sports at the high school he transferred to, so he went on the football field, and that's all she wrote there. And he totaled 6.5 tackles for loss last year, and he was constantly disruptive on tape, as Dane Brugler said. So I think this is an excellent value pick for the Ravens. And if there's a defensive coordinator that could coach this guy up and make him into a Daniil Hunter type player, it's Wink Martindale.
Absolutely, yeah. Wink Martindale, one of the best defensive coordinators in the league, really gets the most out of his players. So, yeah, really going to be fun to see what he does with Oway. And
now this is where it could be anybody. With the world champs who turned their pick in, they could go Christian Barmore here. They could go Azeez Ojulari here if because Jason Pierre-Paul is coming out of contract. Trayvon Merritt makes a lot of sense here.
Hey, so what about this? I think at one point Tom Brady played with a guy named Asante Samuel. What if he plays with another Asante Samuel?
Oh yeah, they could use him here too. Yeah. Please don't tell me you took the pick.
The Super Bowl champion Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Joe
Joe
Tryon.
Tryon, another similar trust the traits prospect from Washington. Joe Tryon. And for him, he lands in a great spot for his development. 3rd in the rotation behind JPP and Shaq Barrett before he replaces JPP next year. Joe Tryon, what do you like or not like about Joe Tryon?
No, I mean I like the pick, and I think he's going to a good spot where, like you said, he's going to be that rotational guy. Okay, he's going to be coming off the edge. You have Shaq Barrett. You also have Ndamukong Suh, who I've heard they're actually going to try moving out in that little bit of an edge rushing role. And so I think putting him behind JPP, putting him behind Shaq Barrett, they could. William Golson went out in that outside backer 3-4 role. I mean, they do a whole lot of stuff down there. Todd Bowles, one of the top defensive coordinators that we have in the league. So I like it. He needs a little bit of fine tuning, but he's going to a good spot where he can get a lot of the fine tuning and get a lot of the mechanics under control. So I think it works out for him. He's going to a good spot, and again, Tampa Bay literally just could have taken whoever. So
absolutely. Yeah, I mean, he could be just kind of a limited pass rush specialist to start his career behind JPP and Barrett. So yeah, this is a really good spot for him, I think. And Tryon was another one of those guys that started getting some first round buzz kind of late in the process. His name was starting to creep up. People are starting to say, hey, might need to talk about this Tryon guy a little bit more. So I actually snuck him into my final first round mock. I think I had him let me see where I had him just for fun. I had him 27 to the Ravens.
Joe Tryon.
So yeah.
Yeah, I had him 31 to the Ravens, so we're on a good wavelength there.
Uh-huh. But yeah, just some of the names that are still available too. Like
Trayvon Merritt, Jeremiah Usukoro, as you tweeted, Javonte Williams, I expect to go to the Jets with their first pick of the 2nd round.
Mm-hmm.
Azeez Ojulari, Tevin Jenkins, Asante Samuel Jr., Landon Dickerson. He understandably slid out of the first round due to injury concerns, but his value, I think, is coming into focus very shortly. Christian Barmore, as I said, Firebird, Terrace Marshall Jr., LSU, Creed Humphrey, if you want a center, Samuel Cosme, Texas, Jabril Cox, if you want a good cover linebacker, not named JOK, he could be had. Jabril Cox, or if you like safeties, don't sleep on Richie Grant either.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I told
Richie-
you there was
Elijah Moore.
Yep.
Elijah Moore
Elijah
too.
Moore.
Heck, he
Rondale
would make
Moore.
he would also make sense for the Jets.
There are so many good players left on the board. It's insane. But hey, I told you when we started that there was not going to be a defensive tackle taken in the first round.
Yeah, good call there.
But I felt like there's just so much talent this year that with it being such a weak interior defensive lineman class, like, I mean, but like Crom, the names you just mentioned, there's so many good players left. Like, it's insane. It's insane that there's literally so many good players left. Like, it's gonna be a really fun second round.
And back to the Bears of Justin Fields. Now the main thing the Bears have to do right now to make him happy are two things: tackle and re-sign Allen Robinson before July 15th.
God, Allen Robinson should have been signed like a while ago. It's insane.
Absolutely. You have to keep him now. You have to keep him now. With Justin Fields in the fold, you cannot let that happen at all, Ryan Pace. I am watching you. You made me happy tonight, but you have to re-sign Allen Robinson, and you have to take a tackle tomorrow.
Yeah, they need a tackle tomorrow. They could honestly use another weapon.
Oh yeah, like if they Elijah Moore somehow falls, and that's one of the surprising notices. A lot of everybody was expecting Elijah Moore to go tonight.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Elijah Moore, Rondale Moore, somebody. I mean, they don't have a bad trio of receivers with Robinson, Mooney, and Miller, but it could get better. You know, they could also, because I don't know. Again, Crom, Jimmy Graham ain't no spring chicken, so. I love Cole Kmet, obviously, but hey, I mean, go double tight end sometimes. You know, I mean,
and there's not even a guarantee Anthony Miller stays on the team. There's those rumblings too that he could be on the outs. So
yeah, I mean,
who could be on the outs again?
Anthony Miller.
Oh, Anthony Miller, absolutely. Trade him and get more capital. Yes. So that does it for our night one live stream. I know, Bill, you are unable to be with us tomorrow. And Andrew, are you interested in joining tomorrow if you want?
I will let you know tomorrow because I'm not sure.
That's no problem. And we got to, we're
Gotcha,
still
man.
live, so we got to do that. But Andrew, even Bill Riccette, it was amazing to do this with you yet again for a second year in a row. Hope to do it again this time next year. Bill Riccette, follow him on Twitter at Billy_Riccette. Catch his work for the Panthers Wire and the Bengals Wire at USA Today. Is that correct?
Yeah, Bengals Wire and SI Panthers.
And SI Panthers. And Andrew, Vegas Sports.
Yeah, Vegas Sports Daily at V Sports Daily on Twitter.
And follow him at _Weidmanator, WEIDMANATOR. Be sure to follow Bill and Andrew. They're some of the best guys ever to talk football with, and they could share outside the box thoughts on football, which is what I really like about them. Guys, thank you so much once again for joining us. We hope to have you back here next year, and maybe Andrew for a little bit tomorrow. But tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. Central Time, 6:30 Eastern Time, Vic Singh, another mutual friend of Andrew's and mine from our First Stop Fantasy.com days, will be joining me, along with several special guests, including Carl Dumler, MileHighHuddle.com, Cole Thompson, and hopefully quarterback guru Mark Schofield to talk about what the Bears have in Justin Fields and what they need to do with him to make him succeed. So it's going to be a fun day tomorrow as well. See you back here at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. But for Billy Riccette, Andrew Weidman, I'm David Cromwell. Thank you so much once again for watching. Stay safe, stay sane, get vaccinated so we can fill all the stadiums in America, and stay awesome as usual. Take care, everybody.